Hello guys, welcome to God of Hogwarts. So in this video, we will see, what if Ash was betrayed by his friends after Kalos and returned as the Dark King of Aura. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Ghost of Pallet Town. The fortress had been built to withstand a siege. 3-foot reinforced steel walls. Electromagnetic locks on every door. Motion sensors, pressure plates, and a network of surveillance cameras so dense that a Rattata couldn't cross the courtyard without triggering 4 different alarms. Team Rocket had spent 11 million credits constructing their regional headquarters, and they'd been proud of it. Cynthia Sharona stood in what used to be the main corridor and tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The walls were bent inward. Not broken, bent, like someone had taken the entire hallway and squeezed it between 2 massive hands. Scorch marks ran along the ceiling in patterns she didn't recognize, and the floor was cracked in a web of fractures that radiated from a single point near the entrance. Every door in the corridor was open. Not forced. Open. The locks had been disengaged from the inside, which should have been impossible without the master override code that only 3 people in Team Rocket's hierarchy knew. She stepped over an unconscious grunt. He was breathing steadily, and someone had placed him in the recovery position with his head turned to the side. A potion bottle sat beside him, half empty, along with a handwritten note that read, "Concussion. Keep still for 6 hours." Cynthia picked up the note. The handwriting was sharp and efficient. No wasted strokes. She found the same thing in every room she checked. Unconscious operatives, arranged carefully, with medical supplies left beside them. Pokeballs returned to belts or placed within arm's reach. In the main holding area where Team Rocket had been keeping stolen Pokemon, every cage was open and empty. The Pokemon were gone, freed, but the cages themselves weren't damaged. They'd been unlocked with the facility's own key system. Whoever did this had access to everything. Every system, every lock, every camera. And they'd used that access not to destroy, but to dismantle. Surgically. Precisely. Without killing a single person. Garchomp rumbled beside her, low and uneasy. Cynthia rested a hand on her partner's snout. "I know," she murmured. "I feel it too." There was something in the air. Not a smell or a sound, a pressure. Like the building itself was still trembling from whatever force had moved through it. Cynthia had felt something similar once before, years ago, standing in the presence of Giratina in the distortion world. That same sense of being near something that bent the rules of the world just by existing. She followed the trail of destruction, if you could even call something so methodical destruction, through the facility and out the back exit. The Ore Desert stretched endlessly in every direction, red sand and dead heat shimmering under a brutal sun. Her intelligence contacts had pointed her here with a simple message: the Dark King hit the rocket base in Ore. Moved west after. The Dark King. She'd been chasing that name for 3 years now. Before that, she'd been chasing something even more elusive, a missing boy from Pallet Town who'd vanished off the face of the earth 7 years ago. Cynthia released Togekiss and took to the sky, scanning the desert below. It took her 40 minutes of flying before she spotted the campfire, a tiny flicker of orange against the endless red, tucked into the shadow of a rock formation that rose from the sand like broken teeth. She landed 100 yards out. Close enough to see, far enough to not seem aggressive. Garchomp and Togekiss flanked her as she walked, and she kept her hands visible, because whatever the Dark King was, he was not someone you wanted to surprise. The camp was simple. A fire. A bedroll. A small pot of something that smelled like curry. And sitting beside the fire with absolute stillness, a man who looked nothing like the boy she remembered. Ash Ketchum was 25 years old, and every one of those years showed in a different way. He was lean in the way that people who lived hard were lean, no excess anything, just muscle and sinew and efficiency. His black hair was longer, tied back roughly, and there was a scar that ran from his left temple down to his jaw, thin and white against his tanned skin. He wore dark clothes, practical and worn, with no hat, no gloves, no bright colors. The only familiar thing about him was the Pikachu curled in his lap. But the Pikachu was different too. Larger than any Pikachu she'd ever seen, with fur that seemed to crackle faintly even at rest, like static was a permanent state of being. When it opened one eye to look at her, the intelligence in that gaze was startling. Ash didn't look up from the fire. "You can tell Garchomp to stand down," he said. His voice was deeper than she remembered, quieter, with a rough edge like he didn't use it often. "If I wanted to fight, you'd already know." Cynthia didn't flinch. She'd been champion of Sinnoh for 12 years. She didn't flinch for anyone. "Ash Ketchum," she said. "Nobody's called me that in a while." "What do they call you?" He finally looked at her. His eyes were the same brown, but there was something behind them now, a depth, a weight, like looking into a well that went down further than you expected. "Depends on who's asking." Cynthia crossed the remaining distance and sat down across the fire from him, uninvited. Garchomp grumbled but stayed back. Pikachu's ears twitched, tracking every movement, but the electric mouse didn't stir from Ash's lap. "I've been looking for you," Cynthia said. 3 years actively. Before that, I had feelers out in every region. You're remarkably good at disappearing. Practice. The base back there, that was you. It wasn't a question. Ash acknowledged it with the barest nod. 214 operatives. An electromagnetic security grid. 16 trained Pokémon on patrol rotation. And you went through it alone. Pikachu was there. Pikachu confirmed, not opening his eyes. Cynthia studied him. In her career, she'd met every kind of powerful trainer. The methodical ones like Steven, the passionate ones like Alder, the cold ones like Tobias. She'd fought legendary Pokémon and stood in dimensional rifts and stared down gods. She knew power when she saw it. This man radiated it like body heat. Not in any visible way, he wasn't glowing, wasn't flexing, wasn't posturing. It was subtler than that. It was the way the fire seemed to lean toward him, the way the sand around his bedroll had arranged itself into patterns that looked almost deliberate, the way the air itself felt denser in his vicinity. Aura. Raw, ambient, unconscious aura, bleeding off him like heat from a furnace. "Why are you here, Cynthia?" Ash asked. "And I mean the real reason. Not the one you rehearsed on the flight over." She almost smiled. "Almost. The world is in trouble. The world is always in trouble. This is different." She leaned forward. "The tree of beginning is dying." That got a reaction. Small, a tightening around his eyes, a shift in his posture, but real. The first crack in that wall of indifference. "I felt it," he said quietly. "The aura's been wrong for months. Flickering. Like a heartbeat that keeps skipping. It's worse than flickering. The psychics are having nightmares, coordinated nightmares, the same images across every region. Darkness pouring out of the earth. Pokémon losing themselves. Sabrina in Saffron had a vision so severe it put her in a coma for 3 days." Cynthia paused. "And there have been incidents. Pokémon in the areas around the tree acting erratically. Aggression that doesn't match their nature. Eyes going black." Ash's hand stilled on Pikachu's back. "We need help," Cynthia said. "We need the strongest aura user alive. And from everything I've seen and heard over the last 7 years, that's you." The silence stretched. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the desert, a Flygon cried out, distant and mournful. "No," Ash said. "Ash, I didn't leave civilization to save it." His voice was flat, final. "I left because it threw me away. You want an Aura Guardian, go talk to Riley on Iron Island. You want a champion, you've got a mirror. What you don't get is me. Riley's good. He's not you. And I know what happened to you, Ash. I know about, don't. The word came out sharp enough to cut. The fire flared, actually flared, the flames jumping 6 inches higher for a heartbeat before settling. Pikachu opened both eyes now, watching Cynthia with an expression that was clearly a warning. Cynthia held her ground. I wasn't part of it. I know. Then you know I'm not here to manipulate you. I know that too. Ash looked at her steadily. That's why you're still sitting there. Another silence. Cynthia read the subtext clearly, anyone else who'd found him would have been sent away by now. Or worse. She was being given a courtesy that spoke to some remnant of the person he'd been, or maybe just to the fact that Cynthia Sharona had never once, in all the years he'd known her, treated him like he was less. I'm not asking you to rejoin anything, she said carefully. No leagues. No alliances. No organizations. I'm asking you to look at what's happening to the Tree of Beginning, because you might be the only person who can understand it, and if it dies, every living thing connected to the Aura network dies with it. Ash said nothing. He stared into the fire, and Cynthia waited, because she knew better than to push a man who could bend steel walls with his willpower. It was Pikachu who broke the standoff. The electric mouse sat up, looked at Ash, and said, Pikapi, in a tone so loaded with meaning that Cynthia didn't need to speak Pokemon to understand it. Something in Ash's jaw tightened. He closed his eyes. I'll look, he said finally. I'm not promising anything else. Cynthia nodded. She knew better than to push for more. From the shadows at the edge of the firelight, a shape materialized, a Lucario, stepping out of the darkness as if it had been standing there the entire time, invisible, watching. It was larger than any Lucario Cynthia had encountered, with markings that pulsed faintly blue even at rest, and eyes that glowed with an aura intensity that made her breath catch. The Lucario looked at Ash. Ash looked at the Lucario. No words were exchanged, no gestures, but Cynthia felt the communication pass between them like a current, a pulse of shared understanding that operated on a frequency she couldn't access. The Lucario turned its gaze to Cynthia. Assessed her. Then it sat down beside Ash and began eating from the curry pot with every appearance of calm. That's Lucario, Ash said unnecessarily. I gathered. Cynthia watched the Pokemon eat. He hatched from an egg at the Tree of Beginning. Ash's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? I've spent 3 years tracking you. I know you spent 8 months living inside the tree itself. I know Mew tolerates your presence there, which it doesn't do for anyone else. I know you trained in Alola's volcanic tunnels, in the Distortion World's border zones, in the deep ice caves beneath Snowpoint Temple, and in the ruins of Rhoda. I know you've dismantled 3 criminal organizations without killing anyone. And I know you once arm-wrestled a Macamp and won. Ash blinked. That last one was a draw. Cynthia allowed herself a small smile. If you say so. For just a second, a fraction of a second, something flickered across Ash's face. Not quite warmth. Not quite humor. But the ghost of something that might have been either, once, in another life. Then it was gone, and the Dark King of Aura stared into the fire and said nothing more. They broke camp before dawn. Ash traveled light, bedroll, a single bag, and the Pokeballs on his belt. 6 of them, plus Pikachu, who rode on his shoulder the way he always had, though the effect was different now. A 10-year-old boy with a Pikachu on his shoulder was charming. A 25-year-old man with a scar on his face and murder in his bearing with a Pikachu on his shoulder was something else entirely. Cynthia offered her private jet. Ash refused. He had his own transportation. He raised 2 fingers to his lips and whistled, a sharp, piercing note that echoed across the desert. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the air split open with a roar that shook the sand, and a Charizard descended from the upper atmosphere like a meteor pulling out of its dive at the last possible second. This Charizard was wrong. Wrong in the way that a normal bonfire was wrong compared to a volcanic eruption, same basic concept, incomparably different scale. It was massive, easily half again the size of a standard Charizard, with scales that had darkened to a deep charcoal that seemed to absorb light. The flame on its tail burned blue-white at the core, hot enough that Cynthia could feel it from 20 feet away, and when it landed, the sand beneath its feet turned to glass. The Charizard lowered its head to Ash with a rumble that vibrated in Cynthia's chest. Ash pressed his forehead to the dragon's snout, and for a moment, the man's expression softened into something almost gentle. "Hey, buddy," he murmured. "We're going home." The Charizard's eyes flicked to Cynthia. Then back to Ash. One raised brow ridge communicated a very clear question. "She's fine," Ash said. "Mostly." They flew east. Cynthia on Togekiss, Ash on Charizard, Lucario standing on Charizard's back with perfect balance as if riding a fire-breathing dragon through the upper atmosphere was a casual Tuesday. Pikachu had climbed inside Ash's jacket and was apparently napping, which Cynthia found either adorable or terrifying, depending on how she thought about it. They didn't talk during the flight. The wind made conversation impossible at the altitude Ash preferred, high enough that the air thinned and the world below became a patchwork quilt of greens and browns and blues. Cynthia noticed that neither Ash nor his Pokémon seemed bothered by the altitude or the cold. Aura regulation, she guessed. He'd trained his body to operate in conditions that would incapacitate a normal person. She spent the flight thinking about what she knew and what she didn't. What she knew: 7 years ago, Ash Ketchum had placed second in the Kalos League, his best performance ever, a genuine achievement that should have been celebrated. Instead, within weeks of returning home, his closest friends had gathered in Pallet Town and systematically dismantled him. They'd told him he wasn't good enough. That he never would be. That they'd been holding him back out of pity, spending their time on a hopeless cause when they could have been pursuing their own dreams. What she also knew: it had been coordinated. Not a spontaneous intervention, not friends who'd independently reached the same conclusion. Coordinated. Funded. Orchestrated by someone with the resources and motivation to identify every crack in a young man's emotional armor and drive a wedge into each one simultaneously. What she suspected: the Concord. The Concord was something most people didn't know existed. A coalition of champions, Elite Four members, and high-ranking league officials who'd quietly consolidated power over the last 2 decades. Their stated goal was stability, maintaining the order of the competitive Pokémon world, ensuring that power stayed in responsible hands. Their actual goal, as far as Cynthia could tell, was control. Ash Ketchum, wild, instinctive, impossible to predict, growing stronger with every defeat, had been flagged as a variable they couldn't control. And when you couldn't control something, you broke it. She hadn't known. Not then. By the time she'd pieced it together, Ash was gone, and the trail was cold. 3 years of searching had finally led her to a destroyed fortress and a man sitting calmly beside a campfire as if he hadn't just torn through a criminal empire in a single night. They landed at dusk on the outskirts of Viridian Forest, still a day's travel from the Tree of Beginning. Ash set up camp with practiced efficiency, fire built, perimeter checked, Pokémon released to stretch and feed. Cynthia watched his team emerge from their Pokeballs and tried not to stare. Charizard. Lucario. A Greninja that shimmered with a strange, hybrid energy, the bond phenomenon, she realized, permanently integrated rather than temporarily activated. A Sceptile with a Mega Stone embedded naturally into its arm, not worn but grown into the flesh like it was always meant to be there. A Crocodile that radiated Dark-type energy so dense it made the shadows around it literally darker. And Pikachu, who sat on a rock and surveyed the camp like a tiny electric general. 6 Pokémon. Any one of them could challenge an Elite 4-member solo. "You're staring," Ash said without looking up from the fire he was building. "Your Greninja still has the bond phenomenon active." "It's not active. It's integrated. We went beyond what anyone thought the bond could do." Took 2 years of training in conditions that almost killed us both, but we figured it out. And Sceptile's Mega Stone grew it himself. Turns out, if a Pokemon's connection to its trainer's aura is strong enough, Mega Evolution becomes less of an event and more of a state. The stone is a physical manifestation of that bond. Cynthia sat with that for a moment. What he was describing was theoretically impossible. Mega Evolution required a key stone, a Mega Stone, and a trainer-Pokemon bond strong enough to activate both. What Ash was describing was a bond so powerful that it had generated its own catalyst. "How strong are you, Ash?" she asked quietly. He looked at her then, and his eyes in the firelight were dark and steady. "Strong enough that I had to spend 7 years in the most isolated places on Earth so I didn't accidentally hurt anyone while I was learning control." A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the evening air. "And now," she pressed. "Now I have control." The way he said it, calm, factual, the way someone might say, "Now it's Tuesday," was more unsettling than any boast could have been. They ate in silence. Ash's cooking was simple but good, rice and dried fish and vegetables, prepared without fuss. His Pokemon ate together in a loose circle around the camp, and Cynthia noticed the way they moved around each other. No jostling for position, no displays of dominance. They operated like a unit that had been through so much together that hierarchy was irrelevant. They were family. After dinner, Ash sat with his back against a tree and closed his eyes. Lucario settled beside him, and the two of them seemed to enter a meditative state, their aura signatures, which Cynthia could barely perceive with her limited sensitivity, sinking into a shared rhythm that pulsed like a heartbeat. "You're still awake," Ash said after 10 minutes. "I'm curious about something." "Ask." "Why didn't you come back?" "Not for them, for the Pokemon." "For your mother." "For Professor Oak." "They weren't part of what happened." Ash's eyes stayed closed, but something shifted in his expression. A tightening. A shadow. "I talked to Mom. Twice. Secure line, untraceable. She knows I'm alive. She knows I'm okay. I send money." A pause. "Professor Oak died 4 years ago." "I know. I was at the funeral." "I was too. Nobody saw me, but I was there." The image hit Cynthia harder than she expected, Ash standing at the edges of a funeral, watching from a distance, unable to approach the people mourning a man who'd been like a grandfather to him. Because showing his face would mean facing everything he'd run from. "And the Pokemon at Oak's lab, I went back for them the first year. At night. Transferred them to my PC system, then moved them out when I had the setup for it. They're safe. They've been training with me. All of them." A ghost of something, pride, maybe, crossed his face. "All 37 of them. Plus the ones I've caught since." Cynthia processed this. A roster of over 40 Pokemon, trained by a man who'd pushed past every known limit of aura mastery. It was an army. A small, devastatingly powerful army, commanded by someone who'd spent 7 years preparing for threats that most people couldn't imagine. "You knew something was coming," she said. "That's why you kept training." Ash opened his eyes. "The aura doesn't lie. It's been screaming for 2 years. I just didn't know what it was screaming about until you showed up." Lucario's eyes opened simultaneously, identical pools of blue light that fixed on something in the middle distance that Cynthia couldn't see. "Something's wrong," Ash said. He was on his feet before the sentence ended, and the transition from meditative stillness to combat readiness was so fast it seemed to skip the intermediate steps entirely. "Southeast. 3 miles. Pokemon, a lot of them. Moving erratically." Cynthia couldn't feel anything. She trusted him anyway. They moved through Viridian Forest at a speed that should have been impossible on foot. Ash ran like the terrain wasn't there, vaulting roots, ducking branches, his feet finding solid ground in the dark with an instinct that went beyond sight. Lucario kept pace beside him, and Pikachu clung to his shoulder with sparks already building in his cheeks. Cynthia followed on Garchomp, crashing through the canopy because subtlety was a luxury they apparently didn't have. She heard it before she saw it. A sound that didn't belong in any forest, a buzzing, chittering cacophony, like dozens of Pokémon making distress calls simultaneously but with a wrongness to the pitch, an undertone that scraped against the hindbrain and triggered every fight or flight instinct she possessed. They burst into a clearing and found a village under siege. It was a small settlement, maybe 30 houses, a Pokémon center, a general store. The kind of place that existed between cities, where traveling trainers stopped to resupply. It was being attacked by a swarm of wild Pokémon, Beedrill, Pinsir, Ursaring, Noctowl, species that didn't normally coordinate, didn't normally attack settlements, and definitely didn't normally have eyes that were solid, lightless black. The Pokémon were wrong. That was the only word for it. They moved in jerky, puppet-like motions, their attacks uncoordinated but relentless, as if they were being driven by an impulse they couldn't resist. A Beedrill slammed into the wall of the Pokémon Center over and over, its stingers leaving deep gouges in the plaster. An Ursaring was tearing at a barricade of overturned carts while the villagers huddled behind it, their own Pokémon, a few Machop, a Houndoom, a terrified-looking Blissey, fighting desperately to hold the line. Cynthia reached for Garchomp's Pokeball, already forming commands. Ash walked into the clearing. He didn't run. He didn't shout. He walked, and as he did, the air around him changed. The temperature dropped. The ambient sounds of the forest, insects, wind, the distant rush of water, went silent. And his aura ignited. Cynthia had seen aura before. Riley's was a clean blue glow, focused and precise. What she saw around Ash was something else entirely, a dark indigo that poured off him like smoke, thick and tangible, and it didn't glow so much as it consumed light. It wrapped around him in tendrils that moved with purpose, and where they touched the ground, the grass flattened in concentric circles as if pressed down by invisible weight. The corrupted Pokémon noticed him. Every single one of them stopped what they were doing and turned. The Beedrill pulled away from the wall. The Ursaring released the barricade. 20-odd Pokémon with black, empty eyes locked onto Ash Ketchum like he was the only thing in the world that mattered. They charged. Ash raised one hand. The aura pulse he released wasn't visible in the normal sense, it was felt, a wave of force and will and something deeper that rolled through the clearing like a silent thunderclap. It hit the corrupted Pokémon and they staggered, stumbled, faltered. The Beedrill dropped from the air. The Ursaring swayed on its feet and crashed to its knees. One by one, they fell, and as they did, something poured out of them, a dark, oily energy that dissipated into the air like smoke, leaving the Pokémon blinking, confused, and very suddenly themselves again. The Ursaring sat up, looked around at the destroyed village clearing, and made a sound of profound bewilderment. Ash lowered his hand. The dark indigo aura faded back beneath his skin, and the forest sounds resumed as if someone had turned the volume back up. The entire thing had taken 12 seconds. Cynthia stared. She had been champion of Sinnoh for 12 years. She had faced Dialga and Palkia and Giratina. She had never seen anything like that. Ash was already moving, kneeling beside the Ursaring, his hand on the Pokémon's shoulder. His eyes were closed and his expression was focused, like a doctor assessing a patient. Lucario mirrored the gesture with a dazed Noctowl, running paws along its wings with clinical care. Pikachu, perimeter, Ash said quietly. Pika. Pikachu leaped from his shoulder and vanished into the tree line. Cynthia dismounted from Garchomp and approached the villagers behind the barricade. A woman in a nurse's uniform, the Pokémon Center's Joy, presumably, was already directing the Blissey to treat the wounded Pokémon. Is everyone okay? Cynthia asked. Nurse Joy looked at her with wide eyes. Champion Cynthia. What, how, is anyone hurt? A few scrapes. The barricade held, mostly. But those Pokémon, they just came out of the forest, dozens of them, all at once. Their eyes were, she shuddered. Wrong. Like something had taken them over. Cynthia looked back at Ash. He was moving from Pokemon to Pokemon, touching each one, checking each one. The corrupted Pokemon showed no fear of him, the opposite, actually. They pressed closer as he examined them, seeking contact, as if his touch was the first thing that had felt right to them in a long time. What was that black stuff in their eyes? Nurse Joy asked. Corruption, Cynthia said. Aura corruption. And him, the man who stopped it, the only person who can. Ash worked through the night. Every corrupted Pokemon got individual attention, a pulse of his aura to purge any remaining corruption, a careful assessment of their physical and mental state, and gentle direction back toward the forest. By the time the sun came up, the clearing was peaceful again. Battered, but peaceful. Cynthia found him sitting on the Pokemon Center's porch, drinking tea that Nurse Joy had pressed into his hands with the particular determination that all Nurse Joys seemed to share. Pikachu was asleep in his lap again. Lucario stood behind him like a silent sentinel. You felt that corruption, Cynthia said, sitting beside him. It's worse than I thought. Ash stared into his tea. The aura in those Pokemon wasn't just disrupted, it was inverted. Someone or something is broadcasting a signal that flips the polarity of living aura. Turns peaceful impulses into aggressive ones, cooperative instincts into destructive ones. It's systematic. Deliberate. Natural phenomenon. No. His jaw set. This is being done. The question is by what? Or who? He looked at her, and for the first time, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't controlled. It was the flicker of something old and hot, not anger, exactly, but the place where anger lived when it had been refined into something harder and more useful. Tell me about the Concord, he said. Cynthia blinked. You know about them? I know a group of champions and league officials orchestrated the worst day of my life because they were afraid of what I might become. I know they operate in the shadows and they've been consolidating power for 20 years. What I don't know is what they've been doing with that power. She told him. Everything she'd pieced together over years of careful investigation, the secret meetings, the manipulated tournament brackets, the trainers who'd been quietly suppressed or redirected when they grew too strong or too unpredictable. She told him about Lance's role as the head of the Concord, about Tobias being their planted operative in the Sinnoh League, about the network of favors and threats that kept the system running. Ash listened without expression. When she finished, he was quiet for a long time. They knew about the aura corruption, he said. It wasn't a question. Almost certainly. They have monitoring systems that would have detected the anomalies months before the public reports. And they suppressed it. That's my assessment. Because admitting they can't handle it means admitting they need help they can't control. Cynthia nodded. That's how Lance thinks. Every problem has a solution within the existing power structure, and if it doesn't, the problem gets reclassified until it does. Ash set down his tea. He stood, and the movement had a finality to it that Cynthia recognized. He'd made a decision. I'll come with you to the Tree of Beginning. I'll investigate the corruption, and I'll deal with whatever's causing it. His voice was even, measured, and utterly without compromise. But I want you to understand something. I'm not doing this for the Concord. I'm not doing this for the champions or the League or any of the people who built their power on my pain. I'm doing this because those Pokemon didn't choose to be corrupted, and the Tree of Beginning is connected to every living thing on this planet. I wouldn't expect anything else. And if Lance or anyone from the Concord gets in my way, Ash. He looked at her. I'm on your side, Cynthia said simply. Whatever happens. I'm on your side. Something shifted in his expression. Not much, he was too controlled for much, but enough. A fraction of the wall came down, just for a second, and behind it she saw exhaustion and loneliness and a stubbornness that the world hadn't been able to break. Okay, he said. Pikachu hopped onto his shoulder. Lucario fell into step beside him. Charizard descended from wherever he'd been circling and landed with a ground-shaking thump. And together, they started walking east. They were 5 miles from the village when Ash's communicator, a battered device that looked like it had survived a war, which it probably had, buzzed with an incoming message. He glanced at it and his expression didn't change, which by now Cynthia had learned meant something significant was happening. "Problem?" she asked. "We were seen. The village, someone recorded my aura pulse and posted it online. It's trending across every region." "How fast?" "Fast enough that every champion, gym leader, and league official on the planet is going to know I'm alive within the hour." Cynthia considered this. "That changes the timeline. It changes everything." Ash pocketed the communicator. "The Concord won't wait to react. Lance is going to convene an emergency session the second he sees this. They'll want to control the narrative, either recruit me as a weapon or brand me as a threat." "What do you want to do?" "What I've been doing. Move forward. Let them react." She studied his profile, the set of his jaw, the way his eyes tracked the forest around them with a constant, casual vigilance. "You're not worried about the Concord?" "No." He paused. "About what's at the Tree of Beginning?" "Yes." It was the first admission of anything resembling concern she'd heard from him, and it landed with more weight than any display of power could have. They traveled in comfortable silence for a while, the forest thick around them, the path barely visible beneath years of fallen leaves. Lucario ranged ahead, scouting, while Pikachu dozed on Ash's shoulder. Cynthia walked beside him and thought about all the things she wanted to ask and all the reasons she shouldn't. "Ask," Ash said, reading her silence with uncomfortable accuracy. "How did you learn to do what you did back there?" "The mass purification. I've studied aura theory extensively, and nothing in the literature suggests that's possible. The literature was written by people who approached aura as a skill. Like learning an instrument or a martial art, technique, practice, refinement." Ash stepped over a root without looking down. "That's not wrong, but it's not complete either. Aura isn't something you use. It's something you are. The distinction matters." "Explain." "Riley, for example, he's a skilled aura user. Arguably the best one working within the established framework. He can read emotions, enhance his Pokemon's abilities, project barriers, maybe throw an aura sphere on a good day. That's the ceiling of what the traditional approach can achieve. And you're past that ceiling. I fell through the ceiling, hit the floor below, kept falling, and eventually realized there wasn't a floor." Something that might have been dark humor flickered across his face. "When I first started training seriously, I pushed too hard. I was angry, and I thought anger would make me stronger. Aura fed on that. For a few months, I was genuinely dangerous. Uncontrolled. I started a volcanic eruption on Cinnabar Island by accident." Cynthia's eyebrows rose. "I heard about that eruption. It was attributed to tectonic activity. It was attributed to me channeling enough aura energy to destabilize the magma chamber because I had a nightmare about." He stopped. Took a breath. "About the day they told me I was nothing." The words hung in the air. Cynthia didn't respond, didn't offer comfort. She sensed he didn't want it. "That's when I went to the Tree of Beginning," Ash continued, his voice steady again. "I lived inside it for 8 months. Mew watched me the entire time, didn't interact, just watched. The tree's aura is the purest on the planet, and being immersed in it taught me what I'd been getting wrong. Aura isn't a weapon. It isn't a shield. It's the connective tissue of reality. Every living thing is a node in a network, and if you can sense the network, really sense it, you can do things that look impossible. Like purifying 20 corrupted Pokemon simultaneously. Like understanding what the corruption is doing to them and helping their own aura remember what it's supposed to feel like. I didn't overpower the corruption. I reminded their aura how to function correctly. The difference matters. Cynthia absorbed this. And the dark coloring? Traditional aura is blue. Ash lifted one hand. Indigo energy flickered around his fingers, dark and dense. The traditional blue aura, the kind Riley uses, is surface level. It's what you get when you tap into the network at its most accessible layer. Go deeper and the energy changes. More powerful, more dangerous, harder to control. The darkness isn't corruption. It's depth. He closed his hand and the energy vanished. Hence the name, Cynthia murmured. Dark King. I didn't choose that name. People see the dark aura, they see what I can do, and they make their own assumptions. A beat. I stopped correcting them. Being feared has its uses. They reached the edge of Viridian Forest as the sun climbed toward noon. Ahead, the Kanto landscape opened up, rolling green hills, the distant sparkle of rivers, and somewhere far to the north, the mountain range that housed the Tree of Beginning. It was achingly beautiful, and achingly familiar, and Cynthia watched Ash's face as he looked at the land he'd grown up in for the first time in 7 years. His expression didn't change. But his aura flickered, she felt it even with her limited sensitivity, a brief, ragged pulse of something that wasn't power or control but was instead just loss, plain and raw and deep. We should keep moving, he said, and turned north without looking back. 1,200 miles away, in a chamber beneath the Indigo Plateau that no official floor plan acknowledged, Lance Dragonlord stared at a screen and felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Fear. The video was grainy, civilian phone camera, nighttime, shaky hands, but what it showed was unmistakable. A man walking into a field of corrupted Pokémon and stopping them with a gesture. Dark aura that made the camera's auto-exposure flicker. And a face that, despite the scar and the years and the absolute transformation in bearing, was recognizably Ash Ketchum. Confirm it, Lance said. Karen, Elite 4 of Johto and one of the Concord's founding members, tapped the screen. Facial recognition is 97% certain. Aura signature matches the profile we built 7 years ago, adjusted for maturation. It's him. The power level on that pulse, off the scale. Literally. Our monitoring equipment doesn't have a range that goes high enough. Lance stood. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, with the kind of commanding presence that filled a room. His red hair was shorter than it used to be, and there were lines around his eyes that hadn't been there 7 years ago. He'd built the Concord on the principle that the world needed order, needed strong hands on the wheel, needed people who understood that unchecked power was the greatest threat to stability. He believed it. He'd always believed it. And now the greatest example of unchecked power he'd ever encountered was walking back into his jurisdiction. Where is he heading? Northeast. Toward the Tree of Beginning, if trajectory holds. He knows about the corruption. Karen hesitated. Based on what we're seeing in this video, he can sense it. He may have been aware of it before we were. Lance's fist clenched at his side. Who's with him? Cynthia Sharona. Of course. Of course it was Cynthia. The one champion he'd never been able to fully bring into the Concord's fold, too independent, too principled, too damn smart. She'd been asking uncomfortable questions for years, and now she'd gone and found the one person Lance had hoped would stay lost forever. Convene the Concord. Full session. Emergency protocols. All members. Even, all of them. And get me Tobias. Karen nodded and left. Lance stood alone in the chamber, staring at the frozen frame of Ash Ketchum's face on the screen. The boy had been a problem. The man he'd become was something else entirely. Lance had made a lot of difficult decisions in his career. Decisions that cost people, that hurt people, that bent rules he'd sworn to uphold. He'd made them because he believed the alternative was worse, a world where power was scattered, ungoverned, where any trainer with enough raw talent could reshape reality on a whim. Looking at what Ash Ketchum had become, he wasn't sure he'd been wrong. But he wasn't sure he'd been right either. He picked up his secure communicator and opened a channel he rarely used, direct line to Tobias, the Concord's most powerful field operative. "We have a situation," Lance said. "The Ketchum asset has resurfaced." A pause. Then Tobias's voice, smooth and unruffled, "I've seen the video. Impressive display. Don't admire it. Contain it. I want you at the tree of beginning before he gets there. Assess his capabilities, assess his intentions, and if necessary. Lance closed his eyes. Remind him that the Concord exists for a reason. He ended the call and stood in the silence of the underground chamber, surrounded by screens and data and the machinery of control. Outside, somewhere in the Kanto countryside, a man he'd helped destroy was walking toward the thing Lance had been trying to handle quietly for months. The aura corruption. The failing tree of beginning. The nightmares that had been plaguing every psychic on the planet. The Concord had known about all of it, and the Concord had been working on it, and the Concord had it under control. Except they didn't. Not really. Not even close. And now the world was about to find out. They stopped for supplies at a town small enough that nobody recognized Ash's face from the viral video yet. While Cynthia handled provisions, Ash sat on a bench outside the general store and watched two kids battle in the street with a Charmander and a Squirtle. They were maybe 10, 11, the age he'd been when everything was still simple. The Charmander kid was making every mistake in the book. Overcommitting to Ember, ignoring type matchups, letting emotion drive every call. The Squirtle kid played it safe, methodical, boring. Neither of them was going to be a great trainer. Not like this. Ash stood up, walked over, and crouched beside the Charmander kid, who just lost his third match in a row and looked ready to cry. "Your Charmander keeps looking at you before it attacks," Ash said quietly. "You see that?" The kid sniffed. So it trusts you more than it trusts itself. That's rare. Most Pokemon that young act on instinct, yours waits for you. That means when you tell it to use Ember against a water type, it does it even though every instinct is screaming to dodge. The kid blinked. I didn't think about that. Don't make it fight against its instincts. Work with them. Your Charmander wants to move, let it. Call Smokescreen first, then Scratch while the Squirtle can't see. Type advantage only matters if the attack lands. The kid stared at him with wide eyes. Are you a trainer? Used to be. The kid ran back to his friend, shouting about Smokescreen. Ash watched the next battle. The Charmander opened with Smokescreen exactly as he'd suggested, darted through the haze, and landed a scratch that sent the Squirtle tumbling. The Charmander kid whooped with joy so pure it was almost painful to hear. Pikachu nudged Ash's hand. Pika Pi. I know, Ash murmured. I know. The memory came unbidden, the way it always did. Not the full thing, never the full thing all at once, because the full thing was the kind of wound you could bleed out from if you weren't careful. Just a fragment. A shard. Brock's voice, steady and clinical, like he was delivering a diagnosis. You rely on your Pokemon's affection instead of developing real strategy. That's not training, Ash. That's emotional dependency. Misty, arms crossed, not meeting his eyes, we've talked about this. All of us. And we think you need to hear the truth for once instead of everyone pretending you're going to get there eventually. Dawn, who couldn't look at him at all, I'm sorry, Ash. But they're right. You haven't improved. Not really. You just keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. Iris, blunt as always, you're still a kid. You'll always be a kid. Some people just aren't meant for this. Clement, adjusting his glasses with shaking hands, reciting words that sounded rehearsed, the data doesn't support your continued pursuit of competitive battling at the highest level. Your win rate against elite-level opponents is statistically, and Serena. Serena, who'd stood at the back of the room the entire time, who'd been the last to speak, whose voice had cracked on every word, I believed in you longer than anyone. But I can't keep believing in something that isn't going to happen. I'm sorry. I need to move on. We all do. That was the one that had broken him. Not because it was the cruelest, it wasn't. Because it was Serena, and because some part of him, some stupid, naive part, had been looking at her the whole time thinking she'll say something different, she'll defend me, she hadn't. He'd walked out of Professor Oak's lab that night without a word. Pikachu on his shoulder, his bag on his back, and a hole in his chest where something essential used to be. He'd walked into the dark, and the dark had swallowed him whole, and 7 years later, here he was, stronger than any of them could imagine, sitting on a bench in a nothing town, teaching a 10-year-old kid how to use smokescreen. Cynthia emerged from the store with supplies. She took one look at his face and didn't ask. He appreciated that about her. She knew when to push and when to leave things alone. It was a rare quality, most people either pushed too hard or not at all. Cynthia had the emotional intelligence to navigate the space between, and she did it with a grace that Ash respected more than he'd ever admit aloud. Night fell as they made camp on a hillside overlooking Pewter City, which glittered in the valley below with the warm lights of a town settling into evening. Ash stared at those lights for a long time. Somewhere down there, Brock Harrison was probably closing up his clinic, hanging up his doctor's coat, going home to a house that Ash had once been welcome in. He didn't go down. He wasn't ready for that. Might never be ready for that. Instead, he sat by the fire and released his full team. Charizard, Lucario, Greninja, Sceptile, Crocodile, and Pikachu arranged themselves around the camp in the configuration they always used, Charizard on the high ground, Crocodile watching the downhill approach, Greninja covering the flanks, Sceptile in the trees, Lucario close. Pikachu, as always, stayed with Ash. Cynthia watched the deployment with professional appreciation. You've done this a lot. Every night for 7 years. Even in safe areas? Nowhere's safe. That's not paranoia, it's aura sensitivity. I can feel threats before they materialize. We've been attacked in our sleep enough times to make the precaution worth it. She settled across the fire from him. Garchomp, Togekiss, and her Lucario formed their own perimeter, integrating with Ash's team with the smooth efficiency of experienced Pokémon recognizing other experienced Pokémon. Can I ask you something personal? Cynthia said. You've been asking personal things all day. This is more personal. He looked at her. In the firelight, his eyes were warmer than they were in daylight, and she could see traces of the person he'd been, the openness, the curiosity, the fundamental decency that even 7 years of isolation hadn't fully buried. Go ahead, he said. Do you miss it? The way things were. The question sat between them like a living thing. Ash stared into the fire for so long that Cynthia thought he might not answer. I miss my mom's cooking, he said finally. I miss the way Pikachu used to wake me up with a thunderbolt every morning because I'd sleep through every alarm. I missed the stupid excitement of catching a new Pokémon, when everything felt like the first time. He paused. I missed the person I was before I learned that people I loved could lie to my face and mean it. Cynthia said nothing. There was nothing to say. But I don't miss the weakness, Ash continued, his voice hardening slightly. I don't miss being the kid who walked into every trap because he assumed the best of everyone. I don't miss losing because I didn't take training seriously enough, or failing because I relied on heart when I should have relied on preparation. Heart's not a weakness. Heart without strength is. I had all the determination in the world and none of the power to back it up. They were right about that much, I wasn't good enough. He held up a hand before she could protest. Not about everything. Not about the cruelty, or the manipulation, but the core criticism. That I was running on stubbornness and luck instead of actual skill. They weren't wrong. I just wish they'd told me differently. The fire crackled. An ember popped and drifted upward, joining the stars. They were wrong, Cynthia said firmly. You made the Kalos League finals at 17. You had a bond with your Pokémon that most trainers never achieve in a lifetime. You faced legendary Pokémon and held your own through courage and connection that can't be taught. They didn't give you honest feedback, Ash. They tried to break you. There's a difference. I know the difference now. And? He looked at her, and for just a moment, the mask slipped. Not all the way, maybe it couldn't, anymore, but enough for her to see the fire underneath the ice. Not rage. Something cleaner than rage. Resolution. And I decided that no one gets to define my limits except me. Pikachu nuzzled his hand. Ash scratched behind the electric mouse's ears, and the ghost of a smile, the first real one Cynthia had seen, crossed his face. Pika Pi, Pikachu murmured, and Ash's smile deepened by a fraction. Yeah, buddy, he said softly. Except you. You get to define my limits too. Cynthia watched them together, the man and the Pokémon who'd been his first partner, his constant companion, the one thread connecting who he was to who he'd been, and felt something tighten in her chest. Not pity. Cynthia didn't do pity. Respect, maybe. And something else she wasn't quite ready to name. We should sleep, she said. Long day tomorrow. You sleep. I'll keep first watch. You don't sleep much, do you? Aura users at my level can enter a meditative state that's more efficient than sleep. 4 hours of meditation equals 8 hours of rest. He shrugged. Also, I have nightmares. Meditation doesn't dream. He said it casually, like it was a practical consideration rather than a wound. Cynthia filed it away, along with everything else she was learning about the man Ash Ketchum had become, and laid down beside her Garchomp. She fell asleep to the sound of the fire and the quiet, steady pulse of Ash's aura keeping the darkness at bay. Morning brought clouds and the smell of rain. Ash was already awake, or had never stopped being awake, with tea brewed and the camp broken down. He stood at the edge of the hilltop, facing north, and Cynthia could see from his expression that something had changed. What is it? She asked. The corruption. I've been sensing it all night. It's pulsing now, regular intervals, like a signal. And it's stronger than it was yesterday. He turned to face her, and the gravity in his eyes was absolute. Whatever's happening at the Tree of Beginning is accelerating. We need to move. Now. They flew. Charizard punched through the cloud cover and rocketed north at speeds that blurred the landscape below into abstract streaks of color. Togekiss strained to keep up, and Cynthia felt the wind hammering at her even through the jacket she'd sealed tight. Ash rode Charizard like he was part of the dragon, no saddle, no harness, just his legs gripping the scales and his hand on Charizard's neck, their movements synchronized so perfectly that the 2,000-pound fire dragon navigated the turbulent upper atmosphere with the grace of a swallow. They covered in 2 hours what should have been a day's travel. The mountain range that housed the Tree of Beginning rose ahead of them, ancient peaks crowned with snow, and even from this distance, Cynthia could see something was wrong. The sky above the mountains had a bruised quality, purple dark despite it being mid-morning, and the clouds there moved in patterns that didn't follow the wind. As they descended, Ash suddenly pulled Charizard into a hovering position and raised one hand. His eyes were closed. 3 humans at the base of the tree, he said. 2 powerful aura signatures, one trained, one enhanced. And something else. Something, his expression shifted. A frown. Mechanical. They've brought equipment. The Concord? Who else? His eyes opened, and they were hard. They've set up a perimeter. Military-grade aura dampeners, from the feel of it. They're trying to suppress the corruption by brute-forcing the aura field. Will that work? It'll make it worse. Dampening corrupted aura doesn't purify it, it compresses it. It's like putting a lid on a boiling pot. He directed Charizard down. They descended through the bruised clouds and into a landscape that made Cynthia's stomach drop. The forest around the base of the Tree of Beginning, normally lush and vibrant with the concentrated life energy of the world's strongest aura source, was dying. Trees were gray and brittle. The grass was brown. And the silence was total, no Pokemon calls, no insect hums, no birdsong. Just dead, heavy quiet. At the center of the perimeter, surrounded by humming machinery and flanked by two men in dark uniforms, stood a figure Cynthia recognized. Tobias. He looked exactly the same. Tall, composed, with silver hair and pale eyes that gave nothing away. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Ash descend with an expression of studied calm. Ash landed Charizard 30 feet away. He swung off the dragon's back, and his boots hit the dead ground without a sound. Pikachu's cheeks crackled. Lucario materialized from his Pokeball, already in a combat stance. Tobias smiled. It was a cold thing, precise and practiced. Ash Ketchum, he said. Or should I call you the Dark King? I've been hearing that name a lot lately. Ash looked at him. Looked at the machinery humming around the perimeter. Looked at the dying forest. And something settled into his expression that was worse than anger, it was certainty. Turn it off, Ash said. The dampeners are containing the corruption, they're accelerating it. You're compressing corrupted aura into the tree's root system and it's killing everything in a 5-mile radius. Turn them off or I will. Tobias tilted his head, studying Ash the way a chess player studies the board. You know, I've thought about our Sinnoh match often. Darkrai and Latios against a boy who had no business being in that stadium. You nearly beat me. I did beat Darkrai. With a Sceptile. You did. And then Latios finished the job. Tobias's expression shifted, something almost like respect surfacing beneath the controlled exterior. I was told you were a fluke. An emotional trainer who got lucky with Pokemon that overperformed out of attachment. I didn't believe it then. I certainly don't believe it now. If this is your way of bonding, it needs work. It's my way of saying I know what you are. And what you are is exactly the kind of uncontrollable variable that the Concord was designed to manage. Lance sees you as a threat to stability. I see you as, he paused, choosing his words. A force that can't be planned for. And I've built my entire career on planning. Ash took a step forward. Behind him, Pikachu's cheeks crackled with building charge, and Lucario's aura flared in spikes that stabbed at the dead air like blue-black blades. I'll make it simple, Ash said. You've got two options. Turn off the machines and step aside, or I go through you and turn them off myself. I'm fine with either. Tobias looked at Ash's team. At Pikachu, whose electrical output was making the hair on every person's arms stand straight up. At Lucario, whose aura was dense enough to be visible to the naked eye. At Charizard, who hadn't moved from his landing position but whose tail flame had shifted from blue-white to a color that didn't have a name, something beyond the visible spectrum that hurt to look at. And Tobias, for all his composure, for all his training, for all the legendary Pokemon on his belt, made a calculation. A simple one, the math didn't work. Not here. Not today. Not against this. This isn't over, Tobias said. It's over when I say it's over. Tobias's smile didn't waver. I'm here on the Concord's authority. This is our operation, our jurisdiction, and our responsibility. Your responsibility. Ash took another step forward, and the dead grass beneath his foot turned green. Just that one footprint, just that one patch of life returning in the middle of decay, but the statement it made was louder than any words. You've had responsibility for months, and this is what you've accomplished. Tobias looked at the green footprint. His smile faded by a degree. They stared at each other across 30 feet of dead ground. Two of the strongest trainers in the world, separated by ideology and history and the ruins of a forest. Cynthia stepped between them. Not physically, she was too smart for that, but verbally. Tobias, I'm invoking Champion's override on this operation. Shut the dampeners down. Champion's override requires a majority vote from, I'm a champion standing in front of a dying world tree. You're an operative following orders that are making it worse. Shut them down. Tobias looked at her for a long moment. Then at Ash. Then at the machinery. Lance will hear about this, he said. Good, Ash replied. Then he can come here himself and explain to the dying tree why his machines are more important than its survival. Tobias raised his hand and gestured. The technicians moved to the dampeners, and one by one, the machines powered down. The hum faded. And in its absence, something else became audible, a sound so deep and low it was felt more than heard. The heartbeat of the tree of beginning, slow and struggling and sick. Ash closed his eyes and placed his hand against the nearest tree. His aura flared, dark indigo pouring from his palm into the wood, and the tree shuddered. Color crept back into its bark. Leaves uncurled. Life, returning. But Ash's expression was grim when he opened his eyes. It's worse than I thought, he said, looking at Cynthia. The corruption goes all the way to the roots. This isn't just an external signal, something has physically reached the tree's core. His gaze shifted to Tobias. How long have your machines been running? 6 weeks. 6 weeks of compressed corruption forced into the root system. Ash's voice was flat. You've done more damage than the corruption itself. Tobias said nothing. His face was unreadable, but his hands, clasped behind his back, had tightened. Ash turned away from him. He faced north, toward the tree of beginning, the massive, ancient structure that rose from the mountains like a living monument, its crystal branches catching what little light pierced the bruised clouds. I'm going in, he said. Alone. Ash, Cynthia started. The tree knows me. It'll let me pass. Anyone else, it might reject, especially in this state. He looked at her. Stay here. Keep the dampeners off. And keep him, a glance at Tobias, from doing anything else stupid. Pikachu leaped to his shoulder. Lucario fell into step beside him. And Ash Ketchum walked toward the tree of beginning, into the sick, grey forest and the pulsing corruption, without looking back. Cynthia watched him go. The dark aura around him was visible even at distance, a shroud of indigo that moved with him through the dying trees, and wherever he passed, color returned. Not much. Not enough. But enough to see that the man walking into the heart of the world's sickness was the only thing standing between that sickness and everything it would consume. Tobias appeared beside her. He watched Ash's retreating form with an expression she couldn't read. He's changed, Tobias said quietly. He's become what you were all afraid of, Cynthia replied. Are you sure that's a good thing? Cynthia thought about the village, the corrupted Pokemon purified with a gesture, the medical supplies left beside unconscious rockets, the handwritten note that read, concussion. Keep still for 6 hours. Yes, she said. I'm sure. Tobias said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the equipment, pulling a communicator from his pocket. Cynthia caught fragments of his conversation, clipped, professional, the tone of a man reporting a situation that had gone sideways. She heard him say Lance's name twice and Ash's name 3 times. Let him report. Let Lance hear everything. The era of the Concord operating in shadows was ending, whether they liked it or not. She turned back to the tree of beginning. The bruised sky above it pulsed with a rhythm that matched the sick heartbeat she could almost feel through the soles of her boots. Somewhere inside that ancient structure, Ash was walking alone into the kind of darkness that swallowed people whole. But Ash had lived in the dark for 7 years. If anyone could walk through it and come out the other side, it was him. Above them, the bruised sky pulsed, and somewhere deep in the roots of the world, something ancient and terrible stirred in its sleep, and the heartbeat of the Tree of Beginning skipped again. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Kingdom of Ashes. The inside of the Tree of Beginning was nothing like Ash remembered. 8 years ago, when he'd first entered this place as a kid chasing after Pikachu and stumbling into a crisis involving Mew and Lucario's sacrifice, the interior had been alive. Crystalline walls that hummed with warmth. Veins of light pulsing through the structure like a circulatory system. The air itself had tasted like spring, clean, electric, full of potential. The tree had been a living thing, vast and ancient and welcoming, and walking through it had felt like being held in the palm of something that loved the world. Now it felt like walking through a corpse. The crystal walls were dark. Not black, dark, the way water is dark when something has died in it. The veins that had once carried light were still there, but they pulsed with something wrong. A sluggish, oily movement that reminded Ash of infected blood. The air was thick, heavy, tasting of copper and decay, and the temperature had dropped to the point where his breath came out in thin clouds. Lucario walked beside him, every spike on his body glowing faintly as his aura worked overtime to filter the corruption in the air. Pikachu had stopped crackling. The ambient energy in here was so wrong that even generating sparks felt dangerous, like striking a match in a room full of gas. Pika. Pikachu's voice was low, tense. His ears were flat. I know. Ash pressed his palm against the wall and sent a pulse of aura into it. The crystal responded, barely. A faint flicker of warmth, like embers in a fireplace that had been cold for days. The tree's still alive. Barely. Its immune system is fighting the corruption, but it's losing. Lucario rumbled a question that Ash felt rather than heard. Deeper. The corruption's strongest at the core. That's where we need to go. They descended. The Tree of Beginning wasn't a tree in any conventional sense. It was a massive crystalline organism that extended miles underground, its roots threading through the bedrock of the continent like a nervous system. Ash had mapped part of it during his 8 months living here, but the deeper levels had been off-limits even then. Mew had steered him away from them with gentle psychic nudges, and he'd respected the boundary. No more boundaries today. The tunnels narrowed as they went deeper. The corruption grew thicker, visible now, not just as a feeling but as an actual substance. Black tendrils clung to the walls like parasitic vines, pulsing with that same wrong rhythm. Where they touched the crystal turned gray and brittle, and flakes of it drifted to the ground like dead skin. Ash stopped at a junction where 3 tunnels branched off in different directions. He closed his eyes and extended his aura sense, reaching through the corruption like pushing his hand through mud. The map of the tree's interior unfolded in his mind. Miles of tunnels, chambers, crystal cavities, most of them infected, most of them dying. But at the very center, deep below everything else, there was something. A knot of energy so dense and so wrong that it hurt to sense. Like staring at the sun, except the sun was made of tar. And around it, orbiting like moons around a dark planet, 3 signatures. Pokémon. Powerful ones. Corrupted. We've got company down there, Ash murmured. 3 corrupted Pokémon guarding the core. Big ones. Legendary tier energy signatures. Lucario's aura flared in response, a spike of readiness, of eagerness, of the particular battle joy that his species was known for. Save it. We don't know what we're walking into. They took the center tunnel and descended for another 20 minutes. The corruption grew so thick that Ash had to maintain a constant aura barrier just to breathe clean air. Pikachu pressed tighter against his neck, and even Lucario's movements became careful, measured, the playfulness replaced by a grim focus. The tunnel opened into a cavern. Ash had never seen this place before. It was enormous, a cathedral carved from living crystal, easily the size of a stadium, with a ceiling so high it disappeared into darkness. At the center of the cavern, a column of crystal rose from the floor to the ceiling, pulsing with that sickly, oily light. This was the core. The heart of the tree of beginning. The place where all the aura in the world converged before being redistributed through the root system to every living thing on the planet. It was dying. The column was shot through with black veins, corruption threading through its structure like cracks in ice. And at its base, where the crystal met the ground, something had been driven into it. A staff. Ash's blood went cold. He knew that staff. Every aura user in history knew that staff. It was Sir Aaron's staff, the same one that had absorbed Lucario's sacrifice 8 years ago, the same one that had once held the power of the greatest aura guardian who ever lived. It was supposed to be in a museum in Rhoda, behind glass, inert. It wasn't inert now. It was jammed into the base of the crystal column like a dagger in a heart, and black energy poured from it in waves, radiating corruption directly into the tree's core. Every pulse of that energy was another heartbeat of poison, another surge of decay spreading through the root system and out into the world. Someone had turned Sir Aaron's legacy into a weapon. The rage that hit Ash was physical. His aura exploded outward before he could control it, dark indigo that cracked the floor beneath his feet and sent shockwaves rippling across the cavern. Lucario staggered. Pikachu yelped. And from the shadows around the column, 3 shapes moved. The corrupted legendary Pokémon revealed themselves. An Entei stepped from behind the column, but this wasn't the noble beast of fire and earth that legends spoke of. Its mane was black, burning with dark flames that gave off no heat. Its eyes were empty voids, and its body moved with that same puppet-like wrongness Ash had seen in the village Pokémon, except magnified 1,000-fold. This was a god-beast reduced to a slave. A Suicune flowed from the darkness on the opposite side, its normally crystalline mane matted and dark, its movements jerky and aggressive. The aurora that usually trailed behind it was replaced by a wake of corruption that stained the ground wherever it stepped. And from above, descending with wings that blotted out what little light remained, a Raikou, not running, but flying, carried on clouds of corrupted storm energy that crackled with black lightning. 3 legendary beasts. All corrupted. All standing between Ash and the staff that was killing the world. Ash took a breath. Then another. He pulled the rage back in, compressed it, refined it into something useful. Rage was a luxury. Clarity was a weapon. Lucario. You've got Entei. Don't try to purify, just contain. Keep it busy. Lucario's response was a surge of aura that spoke louder than words, understood. Pikachu. Pika. Already on the ground, already crackling, eyes locked on Raikou with the kind of intensity that made the air taste like ozone. Raikou's yours. Ground it. Don't let it use the storm clouds. Pikachu. Confirmation. Absolute. I'll handle Suicune and get to the staff. 3 corrupted legendaries in a space where the ambient energy was toxic enough to kill a normal person. 1 trainer, 2 Pokémon, and no room for error. Ash smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Let's go. Lucario moved first. He didn't run, he teleported, covering the distance to Entei in a single aura-boosted flash step that left afterimages hanging in the corrupted air. His fist connected with Entei's jaw in a force palm that would have cratered a building, and the corrupted beast slid backward on its paws, scoring trenches in the crystal floor. Entei roared. The sound was wrong, hollow, echoing, like a scream filtered through static. It opened its mouth and unleashed a sacred fire that burned black, a column of corrupted flame that should have incinerated everything in its path. Lucario raised both paws and generated an aura sphere the size of his own body. He didn't throw it, he held it, using it as a shield, and the black sacred fire broke against it like water against a boulder. The heat was intense enough to warp the air, but Lucario held. His feet slid backward an inch, 2 inches, and then he set them and held. Pikachu was already airborne. He'd launched himself straight up, using Iron Tail to propel off a crystal outcropping, and hit Raikou with a volt tackle that lit up the entire cavern in white. Raikou shrieked, that same hollow, corrupted sound, and tumbled through its own storm clouds. Pikachu pursued, faster than anything that small had a right to be, electricity pouring off him in sheets. Ash faced Suicune. The corrupted water beast crouched 30 feet away, its void-black eyes locked on him. It was shaking, not with rage, but with something else. Pain, maybe. Whatever the corruption was doing to these Pokémon, it wasn't pleasant. They were fighting it, somewhere deep inside, and losing. I know it hurts, Ash said quietly. I'm going to fix it. But you have to let me through. Suicune lunged. Ash didn't dodge. He planted his feet, raised both hands, and caught Suicune's charge with a wall of aura so dense it was nearly solid. The impact drove him back 10 feet, his boots grinding furrows in the crystal floor, but he held. Suicune snapped and clawed at the barrier, corrupted water spraying from its mane in toxic sheets that sizzled where they hit the ground. Ash pushed. Not physically, through the aura. He found Suicune's signature beneath the corruption, the real Suicune buried under layers of poison, and he reached for it. Not to purify, he didn't have time for the gentle approach he'd used in the village. Instead, he did something harder. Something more dangerous. He showed Suicune what it was supposed to feel like. He pulled from his own aura the memory of clean water. Of sunlight on a lake. Of the wind that follows rain. He compressed those sensations into a pulse and fired them directly into Suicune's corrupted core, like a defibrillator shocking a stopped heart back into rhythm. Suicune screamed. The corruption fought back, black energy surging through the beast's body, trying to drown out the clean signal. But Ash pushed harder, pouring more of himself into the connection, and for a moment, just a moment, Suicune's eyes flickered. The void receded. Something blue and wild and alive looked out at him. Then the corruption slammed back down like a steel door, and Suicune hit him with a hydro pump that sent him cartwheeling across the cavern. Ash hit the wall hard enough to crack crystal. Pain exploded through his back and ribs, and for a second, the world went white. But aura flooded his body in response, reinforcing bone, dulling pain, healing damage in real time. He was on his feet in 2 seconds, blood dripping from a cut on his forehead, and Suicune was already charging again. This time, Ash didn't try to be gentle. He sidestepped the charge with a speed that blurred the air, grabbed Suicune's corrupted mane as the beast passed, and vaulted onto its back. Suicune bucked and twisted, trying to throw him, but Ash locked his legs around the beast's ribcage and pressed both palms flat against the back of its head. And he burned. Dark indigo aura poured from his hands directly into Suicune's skull, bypassing the surface corruption and driving straight for the core. The corruption fought him every inch. It was like pushing through concrete, like swimming through tar, but Ash had spent 7 years pushing through things that should have been impossible. Suicune's body convulsed. It stumbled, crashed to its knees, thrashed its head. The corruption poured out of it in waves, black smoke that hissed and dissipated in the air, and beneath it, crystal-clear energy began to shine. Blue. Clean. Pure. Suicune collapsed. Ash rolled off its back and hit the ground in a crouch, breathing hard, his aura reserves noticeably drained. The beast lay on its side, flanks heaving, its mane slowly regaining its crystalline shimmer. Its eyes, when they opened, were red again, not void-black. Confused, exhausted, but itself. Stay down, Ash told it. You're safe now. Suicune made a low, rumbling sound that might have been gratitude and closed its eyes. 1 down. 2 to go. And the staff was still pumping corruption into the tree's heart. Across the cavern, Lucario was holding his own against Entei, but the fight was brutal. Entei's corrupted sacred fire was relentless, and even Lucario's aura barriers were beginning to show strain, cracks forming in the blue-black energy, heat leaking through. Lucario's fur was singed, his breathing ragged, but his eyes burned with the particular intensity that meant he was nowhere near done. Lucario. Bone rush, close range. Get inside its guard. Lucario didn't hesitate. He dropped the aura barrier, summoned a staff of pure aura energy, and charged. NTI opened its mouth for another sacred fire, but Lucario was already inside the attack range, too close for the wide-angle blast. The bone rush connected, once, twice, 3 times, each hit ringing through the cavern like a bell. NTI staggered sideways, and Lucario pressed the advantage with a close combat that was as beautiful as it was savage. Precise strikes to joints, pressure points, the places where corruption gathered thickest. NTI went down on one knee. Lucario placed a paw on its forehead and looked at Ash. Ash nodded. "Do it." Lucario pulsed. His aura poured into NTI in a torrent of blue-black energy, mirroring what Ash had done with Suicune but with his own flavor, less finesse, more raw power. NTI roared, thrashed, and then went still as the corruption burned out of it like fever breaking. 2 down. Above them, Pikachu and Raikou were still going at it, and the fight was insane. Raikou was fast, legendary fast, the kind of speed that turned the world into a blur. But Pikachu was faster. Not by much, not by any measurable margin that would make sense on paper, but by just enough. Every time Raikou lunged, Pikachu was already somewhere else. Every time Raikou fired a thunderbolt, Pikachu absorbed it and added the energy to his own reserves. The little yellow mouse was fighting a god beast 100 times his size, and he was winning. Not by overpowering it. By outthinking it. Raikou's corrupted mind was aggressive but predictable, charge, blast, blast. Pikachu had been fighting beside Ash for 15 years. He'd battled legendary Pokémon, survived the distortion world, weathered 7 years of training that would have killed lesser Pokémon. He didn't fight with patterns. He fought with instinct refined into art. Pikachu launched himself off a crystal pillar, twisted in midair, and hit Raikou with an electro ball that detonated directly between the beast's eyes. Raikou's head snapped back. Its storm clouds flickered. And in that half-second of disorientation, Pikachu landed on Raikou's back and did something no Pikachu should have been able to do. He pulsed his own bioelectric field directly into Raikou's nervous system. Not an attack, a frequency. A clean electrical signal that overrode the corruption the way a tuning fork could cut through noise. It was the same principle Ash used with Aura, translated into electricity. Because Pikachu had been watching his trainer heal corrupted Pokémon for years, and Pikachu learned fast. Raikou convulsed. Black lightning arced off its body in every direction, cratering the walls and ceiling. Pikachu held on, pouring everything he had into the clean signal, and Raikou's void-black eyes flickered, once, twice, and then cleared. The storm clouds dissipated. Raikou collapsed with a ground-shaking impact that sent cracked spiderwebbing across the floor. Pikachu hopped off the beast's back, staggered 3 steps, and sat down hard. "Pika," he said, which roughly translated to, "I'm going to need a nap after this." 3 corrupted legendaries, purified. The cavern was quiet except for the sound of 3 god beasts breathing in their sleep and the steady, poisonous pulse of the staff jammed into the tree's heart. Ash walked toward it. Up close, the corruption was so intense it pressed against his aura barrier like a physical weight. The staff, Sir Aaron's staff, hummed with dark energy, and the crystal column around it was cracked and blackened, dying in real time. Every pulse sent another wave of corruption through the root system, and Ash could feel it spreading, through Kanto, through Johto, reaching toward Hoenn and Sinnoh and beyond. If this kept going, every Pokémon in the world would end up like those village Beedrill. Or worse. He reached for the staff. The corruption bit him. Black energy surged up his arm, cold and vicious, trying to find his aura channels and invert them the way it had inverted the legendary beasts. For a normal person, it would have been instant. Even for a trained aura user like Riley, the corruption would have been overwhelming. Ash gritted his teeth and held on. The corruption couldn't find purchase. His aura was too deep, too dense, too thoroughly his own. It was like trying to poison the ocean. The corruption tried to invert his peaceful impulses, but the Dark King of Aura didn't run on peaceful impulses, he ran on something harder and older. Will. Pure, refined, unbreakable will. He pulled the staff free. The sound it made coming out of the crystal was like a bone being reset, a deep, grinding crack that echoed through the entire tree. The corruption pulse stopped instantly, and in the sudden silence, Ash could hear the tree's heartbeat change. Still sick. Still struggling. But no longer being actively poisoned. He held the staff in front of him. It was warm, vibrating with residual dark energy, and it felt wrong in his hands, not because of the corruption, but because of what it represented. Someone had taken the legacy of Sir Aaron, the greatest Aura Guardian in history, and turned it into a weapon of mass destruction. Ash closed his eyes and reached into the staff with his aura. What he found made him go very still. There was a signature in the corruption. A fingerprint, almost, left behind by whoever had corrupted the staff and planted it here. It was faint, the person had tried to cover their tracks, but Ash's aura sensitivity was beyond anything the perpetrator had accounted for. The signature belonged to an aura user. A trained one. Someone who'd been taught by the same traditions that had produced Sir Aaron, Riley, and Ash himself. And it was recent. Weeks old. Which meant whoever had done this had been inside the tree of beginning less than 2 months ago. Ash opened his eyes. He looked at the staff. He looked at the healing crystal column. He looked at the 3 sleeping legendary beasts. Then he turned and walked back toward the surface, the staff gripped in his hand like a sword. Cynthia was pacing when he emerged. She stopped mid-stride when she saw him, and her eyes went immediately to the staff and then to the blood drying on his forehead. "You're hurt." "I'm fine." He wasn't, entirely. The fight with Suicune had cracked 2 ribs, and purging 3 legendary Pokémon had drained him more than he'd admit, but it was nothing his aura couldn't handle given a few hours. "What happened in there?" Ash held up the staff. Someone planted Sir Aaron's staff in the tree's core. It was acting as a transmitter, broadcasting corruption directly into the root system. "I pulled it out. The tree will start healing now, but it's going to take time." Cynthia stared at the staff. "That should be in Rhoda. In the museum. Behind 3 levels of security, and yet here it is." Ash's voice was grim. "Someone with aura training stole it, corrupted it, and used it to poison the world's aura network. This wasn't an accident or a natural disaster. This was deliberate. Targeted. And whoever did it knew exactly what they were doing. The Concord? Maybe. But this level of aura knowledge. The Concord has resources, but I'm not sure they have anyone who could pull this off. This required intimate knowledge of how the Tree of Beginning works, how to corrupt an aura artifact without destroying it, and how to maintain a sustained corruption signal without being detected. You detected it. I'm me. They probably weren't planning for that." Cynthia's Lucario approached and sniffed the staff, then recoiled with a growl. "Smart boy," Ash murmured. He looked around. "Where's Tobias?" "Left 20 minutes ago. Said he needed to report to Lance in person." She paused. "He took his equipment but left the dampener schematics. I think he wanted us to see them." Ash frowned. "Why?" "I think he was showing us the limits of what the Concord can do. Their best technology made things worse. He knows it. Maybe he wanted us to know he knows it. Or he's playing a longer game. Also possible." Ash stared north, toward the mountains and the bruised sky that was already beginning to clear. "There's something else. I found 3 corrupted legendary beasts guarding the staff, Entei, Suicune, and Reiku. Someone lured them to the tree and corrupted them specifically to act as guards. That takes power. That takes planning. And that takes a level of cruelty that goes beyond politics. Are they purified? Sleeping it off? They'll be fine. Cynthia processed this. 3 legendary beasts corrupted and used as guard dogs. A sacred artifact weaponized. The world's aura network poisoned at its source. This wasn't a policy disagreement or a power play. This was something else entirely. Someone wants Erebus to wake up, she said. Ash looked at her sharply. What do you know about Erebus? Legends. Myths. The Pokemon of primordial void, the entity that existed before Arceus shaped the universe. It sleeps in the spaces between reality, and the only thing keeping it asleep is the aura network stability. Disrupt the network, and it stirs. Ash's jaw tightened. The corruption wasn't just poisoning the tree. It was destabilizing the whole network. Like pulling bricks out of a dam. And Erebus is the ocean behind it. Silence fell between them. The weight of it pressed down like the bruised sky overhead. I need to go to Rhoda, Ash said. The staff was stolen from there, which means security was compromised from the inside. Someone at the castle, or connected to it, is part of this. I need to find out who. I'll come with you. You should rally the champions who aren't compromised. Alder, Diantha, Steven, if what I'm sensing is right, the network damage is going to start manifesting in every region. Wild Pokemon behavior changes, aura-sensitive people experiencing psychic feedback, maybe worse. They need to be prepared. Cynthia shook her head. I'm not splitting up. Not until we know who's behind this and how far their reach extends. Every time you're alone, you're a target. I'm always a target. I'm also the most dangerous thing on this continent. Arrogance isn't a defense strategy. It's not arrogance if it's true. They stared at each other, and the impasse held for 3 heartbeats before Ash broke it with something unexpected, a half-smile. Genuine, lopsided, and so briefly reminiscent of the boy he'd been that Cynthia felt her chest tighten. Fine, he said. We go together. But I lead. Naturally. They flew south toward Rhoda. The kingdom sat on the border between Kanto and Johto, a place where history and modernity collided in a mess of ancient castles and modern infrastructure. Ash had history here, deep history, the kind that left marks on your soul. This was where he'd first encountered Aura, first lost a Lucario, first touched something bigger than himself. The castle came into view as they descended, Cameron Palace, with its towering spires and crystalline architecture that echoed the tree of beginning in miniature. The annual Aura Guardian Festival had just ended, judging by the remnants of decoration still hanging from the battlements, and the town below the castle was busy with the particular energy of a tourist season winding down. They landed in the castle courtyard. Ash dismounted from Charizard and felt the ghosts immediately. This courtyard, where he'd first held Sir Aaron's staff. That balcony, where he'd watched the ceremony. That hallway, where Lucario, the original Lucario, the one who'd given his life, had walked beside him. His Lucario sensed it too. The newer one, born at the Tree of Beginning, who'd never met his predecessor but carried something of him nonetheless. He pressed closer to Ash's side, and Ash rested a hand on his head. Yeah, Ash said quietly. I feel it too. The palace staff recognized Cynthia. You didn't forget a visit from the Sinnoh champion, but Ash drew blank stares until one of the older attendants, a woman in her 60s who'd been at the castle since before Ash's first visit, went pale and grabbed the doorframe. Young Master Ketchum, she whispered. Just Ash. But you, we thought, it's been years, I need to see the staff vault. The attendant's composure crumbled further. The vault? But the staff is, it should be, it's not there. I know. Show me anyway. She led them down into the castle's lower levels, through corridors that grew older and more ornate as they descended. The vault was exactly where Ash remembered it, a reinforced chamber behind 3 locked doors, protected by aura-sensitive barriers that should have prevented anyone without proper authorization from entering. The final door was open. The display case inside was empty. Ash knelt beside the case and ran his fingers along the edge. His aura lit up, scanning, reading the residual energy like a forensic investigator reading fingerprints. The barriers were deactivated from inside the system, he said. Not forced, not bypassed, turned off with the proper codes. Someone with castle-level access did this. How many people have those codes? Cynthia asked. The attendant, trembling, counted on her fingers. The Queen. The head of the guard. The Aura Master, but the position has been vacant since when? Ash pressed. Since Lord Riley declined the appointment 3 years ago. He said the position should go to someone who'd dedicate their full attention to it, and he had obligations in Sinnoh. Ash and Cynthia exchanged a glance. Riley had declined the position of Rhoda's Aura Master. That left the codes in the hands of the Queen and the head of the guard. Who's the head of the guard? Ash asked. Sir Marcus. He's been in the position for 5 years. Very dedicated, very. Where is he now? He left the castle 2 weeks ago on personal leave. He said his mother was ill in Sinnoh. 2 weeks ago. The staff had been planted in the tree of beginning roughly 6 weeks ago, according to Tobias's timeline. That meant whoever stole it had done so at least 2 months ago, possibly longer, and nobody had noticed because nobody had checked the vault. I need to speak with the Queen, Ash said. Queen Eileen is in the throne room. But I should warn you, she has a visitor. He arrived this morning. Who? The attendant swallowed. A man named Lance. The throne room of Cameron Palace was built for drama. High vaulted ceilings, stained glass windows depicting the history of the Aura Guardians, and a raised dais where the Queen sat on a throne of living crystal that responded to the aura of whoever occupied it. It was a room designed to make visitors feel small. Ash walked in like he owned it. Lance Dragonlord stood at the foot of the dais, mid-conversation with Queen Eileen, and the moment Ash entered, every word died on his lips. The Dragon Master turned, and for the first time in 7 years, the two men who'd been on opposite sides of a secret war looked at each other directly. Lance was older. The years showed in the gray at his temples and the deepened lines around his mouth, but his bearing was unchanged, ramrod straight, shoulders squared, the posture of a man who'd spent his entire life being the most important person in every room he entered. Until now. Ash's presence filled the room like a change in air pressure. The stained glass windows hummed. The crystal throne flickered. Queen Eileen, a woman trained from birth to maintain composure, gripped the arms of her throne and went very still. Ash Ketchum, Lance said. His voice was controlled, measured, betraying nothing. I was hoping we could talk before you arrived here. You were hoping you could control the narrative before I arrived here, Ash corrected. Different thing. Lance's jaw tightened. Just a fraction. I see the years haven't softened your directness. The years hardened everything. Ash stopped 10 feet from Lance and held up Sir Aaron's staff. This was jammed into the heart of the Tree of Beginning, broadcasting corruption into the global Aura network. It was stolen from this castle by someone with access codes. 3 legendary Pokémon were corrupted and used as guards. And the Concord's dampener spent 6 weeks compressing the corruption into the tree's root system, accelerating the damage. The throne room was silent. Queen Eileen's face had drained of color. I'm aware of the situation, Lance said carefully. You're aware of the situation. You've been aware for months. And your response was to suppress information, deploy technology that made things worse, and send Tobias to stand around looking threatening while the tree died. Ash's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. How's that working out, Lance? There are complexities you don't understand, educate me. Lance took a breath. When he spoke again, his voice was different, not defensive, exactly, but deliberate. Choosing each word with the care of a man navigating a minefield. The Concord became aware of the aura anomalies 7 months ago. We deployed monitoring equipment. We consulted experts. We attempted intervention using the best technology available. He paused. We failed. The corruption was beyond anything our experts had encountered, and every intervention we attempted either had no effect or made things worse. So you covered it up. We contained the information to prevent panic. You contained the information to prevent people from finding out you couldn't handle it. Lance's composure cracked. Just a hair. Yes. That too. Because the moment the world learns that the organization charged with maintaining global stability can't handle a crisis, the stability we've spent 20 years building collapses overnight. Regions panic. Leagues fracture. Criminal organizations sense weakness and move. The cure becomes worse than the disease. The cure was always worse than the disease. The Concord was always worse than the disease. Ash stepped forward, and the air between them thickened with aura. You built an organization based on the idea that you know better than everyone else. That power should be concentrated in the hands of people who've been approved by people who've already been approved. You suppressed trainers who didn't fit your model. You manipulated leagues. And when you found an 18-year-old kid from Pallet Town who was growing too fast, too unpredictably, too far outside your control, you had his friends tell him he was worthless. The words landed like a physical blow. Lance didn't flinch, he was too disciplined for that, but something shifted behind his eyes. Something that might have been shame, if Lance were capable of shame. The operation was designed to redirect you, Lance said quietly. Not destroy you. The psychological profile suggested that a coordinated intervention from trusted figures would cause you to reconsider your approach to training. Seek guidance. Accept mentorship within established frameworks. The psychological profile was wrong. I know that now. You knew it then. You just didn't care. Queen Eileen rose from her throne. Enough. Her voice carried the particular authority of a woman who'd been ruling since she was 16. Sir Aaron's staff has been weaponized. The tree of beginning has been attacked. Whatever grievances exist between you two, they are secondary to the crisis facing the world. She descended the dais steps, and Ash noticed that her gaze lingered on the staff in his hand with an expression that mixed reverence and horror. Ash Ketchum, she said. You saved this kingdom once before. You've saved the tree of beginning again. Rhoda owes you more than it can ever repay. She looked at Lance. And you. You've been in my throne room for an hour explaining why the Concord should be allowed to manage this crisis. I've heard enough. Your Majesty, Sir Marcus is missing. The staff was stolen on his watch, with his codes. Either he's complicit or he's compromised, and either way, it happened under the Concord's tenure of influence. Your organization promised security. It delivered catastrophe. Lance had nothing to say to that. For the first time since Ash had known him, the Dragon Master looked like a man who'd run out of moves. Ash turned to Cynthia. Can you work with the Queen? Full audit of the castle staff, security systems, anyone who's had contact with Sir Marcus in the last 6 months. Already planning it, Cynthia said. I need to follow the aura signature I found on the staff. Whoever corrupted it left a trail, and I can track it. He looked at Lance. And you're going to give me everything the Concord has on the aura anomalies. Every data point, every report, every piece of information you've been suppressing. And if I refuse? Ash walked past him toward the door. He didn't stop, didn't turn, didn't acknowledge the question as anything other than rhetorical. But as he passed Lance, he spoke, quietly, so only the Dragon Master could hear. Then I'll take it. And you'll like that even less. He was out the door before Lance could respond. The evening sun was painting the castle walls in shades of amber and rose when Ash found the garden. It was a private space, walled, quiet, filled with flowers that the old Aura Guardians had supposedly planted centuries ago. The kind of place that existed outside of time. He sat on a stone bench and let his head drop into his hands. The composure he wore like armor, the controlled voice, the steady gaze, the cold precision, all of it took energy. More energy than most people realized. Being the Dark King of Aura was a performance, and performances were exhausting. Pikachu climbed into his lap and pressed his head against Ash's chest. Lucario sat beside the bench, close enough that their aura signatures overlapped, creating a shared space of warmth that the corruption couldn't touch. "I'm tired," Ash said to no one in particular. "Pika Pi," Pikachu replied, which meant something like, "I know. It's okay. I'm here." The garden door opened. Ash didn't look up, he'd felt Cynthia's aura approaching for the last 30 seconds. She sat beside him on the bench. Not too close. Not too far. The exact distance that said "I'm here if you need me and I won't push if you don't." "Lance handed over the files," she said. "All of them. Whatever you said to him worked. I didn't say anything he didn't already know. That's usually the most effective kind of thing to say." Silence. The garden flowers swayed in a breeze that smelled like clean earth and growing things, a sharp contrast to the corruption he'd been breathing all day. "You were right about him," Ash said eventually. "Lance isn't evil. He's not even wrong about everything. The world does need stability. Power does need governance. But he built his solution on a foundation of control, and control requires suppression, and suppression requires cruelty, and somewhere along the line, the man who wanted to protect the world started breaking the people in it. That's a more generous read than I expected. Being angry at him was easier when he was just a name. He's standing right there now, and he's just a guy who made bad decisions for reasons he thought were good." Ash lifted his head. "It doesn't change what he did. It doesn't change what they all did. But it makes it harder to hate him." Cynthia considered this. "Is that a good thing? I don't know. Hate's useful. Keeps you sharp. But it's also heavy, and I've been carrying it for 7 years." He flexed his hand, the one that had gripped the corrupted staff. It was still faintly numb. "I can't afford the weight anymore. Not with what's coming. Erebus. The corruption I pulled out of the tree, it was feeding something. Not just disrupting the aura network, channeling the disrupted energy somewhere. Downward. Into the spaces between reality. Like someone was using the network's own energy to wake something up. How long? Months, if we're lucky. Weeks, if we're not." He looked at her, and in the failing light, with his guard down and his exhaustion showing, he looked younger. Closer to the boy she remembered. "Cynthia, if Erebus wakes up, everything I've seen, the corruption, the legendary beasts, the dying tree, that's just the prologue. Erebus isn't a Pokemon in any sense we understand. It's entropy given form. The desire of the universe to return to nothing. You can't battle it. You can't capture it. You can barely comprehend it. What can you do? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out." Cynthia looked at the garden around them, the flowers, the ancient stones, the fading sunlight. Then she looked at Ash, battered and drained and carrying a weight that no single person should have to carry. "When's the last time you did something that wasn't about survival or saving the world?" Ash blinked. "What?" "Simple question. When's the last time you did something just because you wanted to? Not training, not fighting, not running. Just living." He opened his mouth. Closed it. Thought about it for long enough that the answer was obvious. "I cooked," he said finally. "Last week. Made a curry recipe I've been working on. Pikachu said it was the best one yet." Pika. Confirmation. Cynthia smiled. Not her champion smile, the public one, measured and diplomatic. A real one. Small, warm, and directed entirely at him. "That's a start," she said. The moment stretched between them. Not uncomfortable. Not loaded with expectation. Just two people sitting in a garden while the world fell apart around them, sharing something that felt like the beginning of understanding. Ash's communicator buzzed, breaking the spell. He glanced at it, and his expression shifted. Brock. Cynthia went still. Harrison. He's been trying to reach me since the video went viral. Messages, calls, every channel he can think of. Ash stared at the screen. 37 missed messages. The first one is 3 words, "I'm so sorry." Are you going to respond? Ash held the communicator for a long time. Then he put it in his pocket. Not today. He stood, and the armor came back. Not all at once, it rebuilt itself piece by piece, the controlled voice, the steady gaze, the dark aura settling around him like a cloak. The man who sat in the garden with his guard down disappeared, and the Dark King of Aura returned. But Cynthia had seen him. The real him. And she filed that away alongside everything else she was learning about Ash Ketchum, in a place where it mattered more than she was ready to admit. "We leave for Sinnoh at dawn," Ash said. "The aura signature on the staff, Sir Marcus's trail, leads there. And Sabrina's been sending psychic pings all day. Whatever she's found about the corruption, it's urgent. Then we'd better sleep." "You sleep. I'll meditate." "I know." Cynthia stood and brushed off her coat. "Ash?" He turned. "For what it's worth, the curry thing. Keep doing that. The world needs saving, but you need to be a person while you save it. Otherwise, what's the point?" He looked at her for a long moment. Something flickered in his eyes, that ghost again, the warmth that kept surfacing despite everything he'd done to bury it. "Good night, Cynthia." "Good night, Ash." She left the garden. Ash stood alone among the ancient flowers, Pikachu on his shoulder, Lucario at his side, the corrupted staff of Sir Aaron resting against the bench like a warning. Somewhere in the distance, a noctowl called. The stars were coming out. And in the spaces between them, in the void beyond void, in the place where reality thinned to nothing, something that had been sleeping for eons stirred, just a fraction closer to waking. The staff pulsed once in the dark. Ash felt it. Pikachu felt it. Lucario felt it. None of them slept that night. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Crown Nobody Wanted. Sinnoh greeted them with rain. Not the gentle kind, the kind that fell sideways, driven by winds that howled off the northern mountains and turned the air into a grey wall of water. Charizard descended through it with a snarl of displeasure, his tail flame hissing and spitting against the downpour, and even his volcanic body heat wasn't enough to keep the chill from cutting through to bone. They landed in Veilstone City because that's where Sabrina told them to come. Not Saffron. Not Kanto. Veilstone, which was 4,000 miles from where a psychic gym leader from Kanto had any business being, which meant whatever she'd found was important enough to cross a continent for. Ash dismounted and scanned the city through the rain. Veilstone hadn't changed much, the same grey stone architecture, the same sprawling department stores, the same meteorite craters on the outskirts where fragments of space rock had punched holes in the landscape millennia ago. The city had always felt heavy to him. Dense. Like the stone it was named for had seeped into the atmosphere. His aura sense picked up Sabrina's signature immediately. She was close, 3 blocks north, in what felt like a hotel room, and her psychic energy was drawn tight around her like a fist. Controlled, focused, and radiating the particular intensity that meant she'd found something that scared her. Sabrina being scared was enough to scare anyone. "This way," Ash said, and walked into the rain without waiting. Cynthia followed. She'd been quieter since Rhoda, not withdrawn, exactly, but thoughtful. Processing. The confrontation with Lance, the revelations about the staff, the scale of what they were facing, it was a lot, even for someone who'd stared down creation deities. Ash respected the silence. He had his own processing to do. They found Sabrina in a third-floor room at the Veilstone Grand Hotel, which was neither grand nor particularly a hotel, more of a functional transit stop for trainers passing through. She'd drawn the curtains, lit candles instead of using the electric lights, and was sitting cross-legged on the floor in a circle of crystals that hummed with psychic resonance. She looked terrible. Her dark hair, usually immaculate, hung in lank strands around a face that was pale and drawn. The circles under her eyes were deep enough to suggest she hadn't slept in days. But when she opened her eyes and looked at Ash, the power in them was undimmed. "You took the staff out," she said. Not a greeting. Not a question. You felt it. Every psychic on the planet felt it. The aura network shuddered when the corruption signal stopped. Like a heart that's been shocked back into rhythm, one massive beat, then silence, then a tentative resumption. She unfolded her legs and stood. But the damage is done. The network is compromised, and the energy that was being channeled through the corruption, it reached its destination. "Erebus," Ash said. Sabrina nodded. "It's not sleeping anymore. It's not awake either, not fully. Think of it as a lucid dream state. It's aware. It's responding to stimuli. And it's feeding. Feeding on what? The corrupted aura. Every Pokemon that was inverted by the signal, every node in the network that was disrupted, the energy from that disruption didn't just dissipate. It was funneled. Collected. Absorbed. Her eyes met his. "Ash, we're not looking at a natural awakening. Someone has been deliberately feeding an entity that predates creation itself. They've been fattening it up." The room was very quiet. Rain hammered the windows. The candles flickered. Cynthia spoke first. "To what end? If Erebus wakes fully, it consumes everything. There's nothing to gain. Unless you believe you can control it," Sabrina said. "Or redirect it. Or use the threat of its awakening as leverage." "Nobody can control entropy," Ash said. "Nobody can. But someone believes they can. And that someone has the knowledge, resources, and access to corrupt aura artifacts, breach the Tree of Beginnings defenses, and capture 3 legendary beasts." Sabrina walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. "I've been tracking the psychic disturbances for 6 months. They follow a pattern, not random, not natural. Deliberate pulses of corruption, each one larger than the last, each one feeding more energy to Erebus. And the epicenter of the pattern isn't the Tree of Beginning." She pointed north. "It's Mount Coronet." Ash felt something cold settle in his stomach. Mount Coronet, the spine of Sinnoh, the place where Dialga and Palkia had nearly torn reality apart. The spear pillar at its peak was one of the most aura-dense locations on the planet, second only to the Tree of Beginning itself. If someone wanted to channel corrupted energy to an entity that existed in the spaces between reality, there was no better antenna than the spear pillar. "Sir Marcus," Ash said. "The head of the guard from Rhoda. The attendant said he left for Sinnoh 2 weeks ago." Sabrina's eyes sharpened. "I've been sensing an unfamiliar aura user in the Coronet range for approximately that long. Shielded, whoever it is knows how to hide from psychic detection. But they can't hide from the disturbances they're causing. Every time they channel corruption, it creates a psychic echo. I've been triangulating those echoes. And they're based in the old tunnels beneath the spear pillar. The ones that Team Galactic used as a staging ground." She pulled a map from the table and spread it out. Points were marked in red, a constellation of disturbance epicenters that clustered around Coronet's peak. "They're not just channeling corruption. They're building something. A device, a ritual, a focus point. I can't determine the specifics through psychic observation alone. But the energy concentration is increasing exponentially. Whatever they're preparing, it's reaching a critical threshold." Ash studied the map. The red dots formed a pattern he recognized, a spiral, tightening inward toward a central point at the spear pillar. It was an aura-focusing pattern, the same kind Sir Aaron had used to channel his life force into the Tree of Beginning. Except this one was designed to channel energy out. Away from reality. Into the void where Erebus dreamed. How long until the threshold, he asked. Days. Maybe less. The rate is accelerating. Ash looked at Cynthia. She looked at him. The same calculation passed behind both their eyes. They didn't have time for politics, for rallying allies, for building coalitions. They had days, and the person responsible was on a mountain 60 miles north. We go now, Ash said. It's a trap, Sabrina said flatly. You know that. Probably. Whoever this is, Marcus, or whoever's pulling Marcus's strings, they've been planning this for months. Maybe years. The staff, the legendary beasts, the corruption network, it's all too coordinated to be one person acting alone. There's an infrastructure behind this. I know. And you're going to walk into it anyway. Ash picked up Sir Aaron's staff from where he'd leaned it against the wall. The corruption was gone, he'd spent hours purifying it during the flight from Rhoda, and it hummed with clean aura energy now, warm and steady. In his hands, it felt right. Like it had been waiting for someone who could use it properly. That's what I do, he said. I walk into things. Sabrina stared at him for a long moment. Then she did something Ash didn't expect, she laughed. Short, sharp, carrying genuine amusement. You're exactly as insane as the report suggested, she said. Fine. I'm coming with you. You don't have to, the psychic disturbances on Coronet are severe enough to incapacitate anyone without training. You need a psychic shield. I'm the strongest psychic in Kanto, and I've been studying these disturbances for 6 months. You need me. She raised an eyebrow. Unless your legendary self-sufficiency extends to psychic defense. It didn't, and they both knew it. Aura and psychic energy were related but distinct, and while Ash's aura could resist psychic intrusion to a degree, dedicated psychic attacks were a blind spot in his otherwise comprehensive defensive capabilities. Fine, Ash said. But you follow my lead. I follow evidence and logic. If those align with your lead, wonderful. Cynthia smiled. I like her. Most people don't, Sabrina said. I find it refreshing. They left Veilstone within the hour. The rain had worsened, a genuine storm now, lightning splitting the sky over the Coronet Range with the kind of violence that suggested the mountain itself was angry. Ash rode Charizard through it, the fire dragon's displeasure radiating as palpable heat. Cynthia followed on Togekiss, and Sabrina flew on her Alakazam, wrapped in a psychic bubble that turned the rain into a gentle mist around her. Mount Coronet grew as they approached, a massive, jagged presence that dominated Sinnoh's skyline. In clear weather, you could see the spear pillar from 50 miles away. In this storm, the mountain was a dark shape that felt more like a wall than a landmark, blocking out the sky and radiating the particular cold that came from altitude and ancient stone. Ash's aura sense screamed as they entered the mountain's zone of influence. The corruption here was different from what he'd felt at the Tree of Beginning. That had been a sustained broadcast, steady, rhythmic, mechanical. This was organic. Alive. It pulsed and shifted, contracting and expanding like a breathing thing. The mountain itself was saturated with it, corruption threading through the rock like veins through flesh. Feel that? He called to Sabrina over the wind. I've been feeling it for months, she called back. It's worse up close. The psychic plane around Coronet is practically opaque, so much interference that normal telepathy is impossible. Can you still sense the source? Barely. Up and north. Near the spear pillar entrance. But there's something else, she paused. Her eyes glazed for a moment, that distant look psychics got when they were perceiving on a different frequency. Multiple presences. Not just one aura user. At least a dozen people, possibly more. And Pokemon, powerful ones. Soldiers? Cynthia asked. Or cultists? Or both? The psychic signatures are disciplined but fanatical. Whoever they are, they believe in what they're doing. They landed in a sheltered valley on Coronet's eastern face, below the snow line but above the tree line. The wind howled through the rocks, carrying snow and ice, and visibility dropped to 20 feet. Ash recalled Charizard. The fire dragon was too conspicuous for a stealth approach, and switched to ground movement. The tunnel entrance was where Sabrina said it would be, a crack in the mountainside that looked natural but wasn't. Ash could feel the aura residue around it, the traces of people passing through over weeks and months. The corruption was thick enough here to taste, metallic, bitter, wrong. He entered first. Pikachu on his shoulder, Lucario at his back, Sir Aaron's staff in his hand. Cynthia followed with Garchomp, and Sabrina brought up the rear, her psychic awareness extending ahead of them like invisible antennae. The tunnels were old. Carved by Pokémon, expanded by humans, used by Team Galactic and abandoned after their defeat. But someone had been maintaining them, fresh lights strung along the ceiling, the floor swept clean, supply crates stacked at intervals. This wasn't a hideout. It was a base of operations. They moved in silence for 10 minutes, deeper into the mountain, the corruption growing thicker with every step. Ash's aura barrier held, but he could feel the pressure against it increasing. Whatever was at the center of this mountain was orders of magnitude stronger than the staff had been. Sabrina suddenly raised a hand. Everyone stopped. Ahead, she whispered. 30 meters. 2 guards. Psychic dampeners on their belts. They can't sense me, but they have night vision equipment. I'll handle it, Ash said. He moved forward in the dark. No aura glow, no sound, just controlled breathing and feet that found solid ground with an instinct born of 7 years navigating worse places than this. The guards appeared in his aura sense as 2 bright points against the corruption's static. They were alert, armed with pokeballs and what looked like stun batons, wearing dark uniforms with no insignia. Ash stepped out of the shadows between them. The first guard saw him and opened his mouth to shout. Ash touched 2 fingers to the man's forehead, and a precisely calibrated aura pulse dropped him like a puppet with its strings cut. Unconscious before he hit the ground. The second guard spun, reaching for his pokeball, and Ash was already there, inside his reach, one hand on the belt, the other on the guard's temple. Sleep. 2 seconds. 2 guards down. No noise. No damage. Lucario dragged them to the side of the tunnel and propped them against the wall. Ash checked their belts, standard Pokémon, nothing exceptional. But the equipment was high-end. Military grade. Whoever was funding this operation had deep pockets. They pressed deeper. More guards appeared, and Ash neutralized each pair the same way, silent, precise, merciful. The count reached 12 by the time the tunnel widened into a larger space, and the corruption became so thick that Ash had to strengthen his aura barrier to maintain clarity. The cavern they entered was massive. Not as large as the one beneath the Tree of Beginning, but impressive, a natural chamber deep in Coronet's heart, lit by bioluminescent minerals that cast everything in a pale blue glow. The spear pillar was somewhere above them, and the energy of that sacred place filtered down through the rock, creating an ambient power that made Ash's skin prickle. At the center of the cavern, surrounded by a ring of crystalline pillars that had been repurposed into some kind of focusing array, stood a man Ash had never seen before. He'd expected Sir Marcus. The missing head of the guard from Rhoda, the man with the access codes, the obvious suspect. What he got instead was someone else entirely. The man was tall, thin, with the kind of angular face that looked carved from stone. His hair was white, not gray, not silver, white, the pure absence of color, and his eyes were a shade of blue so pale they were almost transparent. He wore robes that Ash recognized with a jolt, Aura Guardian ceremonial dress. The real kind, not the costume replicas they sold at the Rhoda Festival. Ancient fabric, woven with aura-conductive thread, bearing symbols that Ash had only ever seen in the deepest archives of the Tree of Beginning. He was old. Not elderly, maybe 50, 60, but he moved with the careful precision of someone who'd been conserving energy for a long time. And his aura signature was unlike anything Ash had ever encountered. It was deep. Deeper than Ash's, which shouldn't have been possible. But where Ash's deep aura was dark indigo, powerful but human, rooted in the living world, this man's was something else. His aura was gray. The color of ash. The color of things that had burned and been reduced to their elemental components. It wasn't alive in the way aura was supposed to be alive. It was the aura equivalent of a dead language, technically functional, fundamentally extinct. The man looked up as Ash entered the cavern, and his expression was one of recognition. Not surprise. He'd been expecting them. The last Aura Guardian, the man said. His voice was soft, cultured, carrying an accent Ash couldn't place. I wondered when you'd find your way here. Ash stopped at the edge of the pillar ring. Behind him, Cynthia and Sabrina fanned out, taking flanking positions. Lucario's aura flared, and Pikachu's cheeks sparked. The cavern hummed with tension. Who are you? Ash asked. My name is Aldrich. I was the Aura Master of Rhoda before the position was discontinued. He smiled, and it was the saddest smile Ash had ever seen. Before your time, I think. Before most people's time. The Order of Aura Guardians has been dead for centuries. I'm merely one of its last echoes. An Aura Master. Cynthia's voice was sharp. There hasn't been a recognized Aura Master in Rhoda for over 200 years. Recognized, no. But the lineage continued in secret. Teacher to student, generation to generation, preserving knowledge that the modern world had no use for. Aldrich spread his hands. I was the last student of the last teacher. And when I completed my training and looked out at the world, do you know what I saw? Tell me, Ash said. Decay. Slow, inevitable decay. The aura network that sustains all life on this planet has been deteriorating for centuries. Every criminal syndicate that destabilizes a region, every legendary Pokémon battle that tears at the fabric of reality, every act of cruelty that inverts the natural flow of energy, it all takes a toll. The network heals, but never completely. Each wound leaves a scar. And the scars accumulate. He walked to one of the crystalline pillars and touched it. The corruption visible in its structure pulsed in response. I spent 40 years studying the network's degradation. Modeling it. Projecting it forward. And I reached an inescapable conclusion: within 200 years, the aura network will collapse on its own. Not from any single catastrophe, from accumulated damage. When it does, every Pokémon on the planet dies. Then every human. Then the planet itself, as the fundamental forces that hold reality together unravel. And your solution, Ash said, his voice deadly quiet, is to wake up the thing that will destroy reality faster. My solution is to wake Erebus under controlled conditions, allow it to consume the corrupted portions of the network, the scars, the damage, the accumulated decay, and then reseal it before it can consume the healthy portions. Aldrich's voice was steady, certain, the voice of a man who'd run the calculations 1,000 times and always reached the same answer. A controlled burn. Sacrifice the diseased tissue to save the body. The cavern was silent except for the hum of the crystalline array and the distant rumble of the storm outside. You're insane, Sabrina said flatly. I'm desperate. There's a difference. Aldrich looked at her with those pale eyes. You're the psychic. You've felt the network's degradation. You've seen the projections in the psychic plane. Tell me I'm wrong about the timeline. Sabrina opened her mouth. Closed it. Her expression tightened, and that was answer enough. 200 years is a guess, Ash said. It's a model based on 40 years of data. The margin of error is plus or minus 50 years. Best case, we have 250 years. Worst case, 150. Either way, the end result is the same. And if your controlled burn goes wrong? If Erebus doesn't stop at the corrupted portions? Aldrich was quiet for a moment. Then it ends sooner rather than later. But the ending was always coming, Ash Ketchum. I'm not creating a catastrophe. I'm choosing when and how the catastrophe happens, so that something can be saved. Ash stared at the man. At the crystalline array behind him, humming with focused corruption. At the ancient robes and the grey aura and the absolute conviction in those pale eyes. And he felt something he hadn't expected. Understanding. Not agreement. Not sympathy. But understanding. Because Aldrich wasn't a villain. He wasn't a power-hungry madman or a nihilistic destroyer. He was a man who'd stared at an impossible problem for 4 decades and reached a solution that was monstrous because the alternatives were worse. That didn't make him right. But it made him dangerous in a way that pure evil never could be, because you couldn't defeat conviction by punching it. You corrupted Sir Aaron's staff, Ash said. I did. You planted it in the tree of beginning. To accelerate the network's degradation in a controlled manner, generating the specific frequency of corrupted energy that Erebus responds to. A dinner bell, if you will. You corrupted 3 legendary beasts. Pain flickered across Aldrich's face. Real pain. That was necessary. The tree's defenses would have rejected the staff without guardians to suppress its immune response. The beasts were the only Pokémon powerful enough to serve that function. He looked down. I regret the suffering it caused them. But not enough to stop. Nothing would be enough to stop me. Not when the alternative is extinction. Ash took a step forward. You've been feeding Erebus for months. The psychic disturbances, the Pokémon corruptions across every region, the nightmares, that's all collateral damage from your controlled burn. Acceptable losses. Acceptable to who? Not to the Pokémon who lost themselves. Not to the people who watched their partners turn into monsters. Not to the psychics who were comatose for days because you decided the network needed pruning. Acceptable to the billions of lives, human and Pokémon, that will be saved when the network is stabilized. Aldrich's voice hardened. Don't lecture me about collateral damage, boy. I've been carrying this burden since before you were born. Every loss weighs on me. Every corruption haunts me. But I will not let sentiment prevent me from saving the world. Funny. Lance said almost the same thing. The comparison landed. Aldrich's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or recognition. The uncomfortable recognition of seeing your own logic in someone else's mouth. I am nothing like, you're exactly like him. You've decided that you know better. That your solution is the only solution. That the cost is acceptable because you're the one deciding what's acceptable. You've appointed yourself the arbiter of the world's survival and you're too deep in your own certainty to see the flaw in your reasoning. And what flaw is that? You didn't ask. Aldrich blinked. What? You didn't ask. Not the psychics, not the other aura users, not the legendary Pokémon, not the people who live in the network you're trying to save. You decided, alone, in a cave, that the world was ending and that your plan was the only way to stop it. And you implemented that plan without consulting a single other living thing. Ash's voice was steady, but beneath it, his aura churned. Not with anger. With something more complex, a recognition of himself in Aldrich's isolation, in the loneliness of carrying a burden that nobody else could understand. I spent 7 years alone, Ash continued. I know what solitude does to certainty. It removes all the friction. All the pushback. All the people who say, wait, have you considered this? When you're alone with a problem long enough, your solution starts to feel like the only solution, because there's no one around to suggest alternatives. There are no alternatives. I've considered, you've considered every alternative you could think of, alone, in a cave, for 40 years. That's not the same as considering every alternative that exists. Aldrich stared at him. The certainty in his pale eyes wavered, Not much, not enough, but it wavered. What alternative do you propose? He asked. Ash opened his mouth to answer. The mountain shook. Not an earthquake, something worse. The corruption in the cavern surged, the crystalline pillars flaring with dark energy, and from somewhere far below, far below, in the spaces between reality, something pushed back. Erebus. The entity wasn't awake. But it was aware. It had been listening, feeling, sensing the corruption that Aldrich had been feeding it, and now it reached up through the network like a hand reaching through water. Not to attack. To taste. The taste was horrible. Ash felt it through his aura, a presence so vast and so fundamentally alien that his mind couldn't parse it. It wasn't malevolent. It wasn't anything. It was absence given form, a void that hungered not because it wanted to but because hunger was all it was. To be near it was to feel the edges of yourself dissolving, your sense of self thinning like paper held over a flame. Sabrina screamed. Her psychic shield shattered under the contact, and she dropped to her knees, clutching her head. Cynthia grabbed her, pulling her back, while Garchomp roared and interposed itself between them and the pulsing pillars. Aldrich went white. No. Not yet. It's too soon, the array isn't ready, your controlled burn is getting away from you, Ash snarled. The crystalline pillars cracked. Corruption poured from them in waves, flooding the cavern with black energy that ate the bioluminescent light. In the darkness, Erebus's presence grew stronger, that vast, hollow awareness pressing against reality like a face pressing against a window. Ash slammed Sir Aaron's staff into the ground. The clean aura stored in the staff erupted outward in a dome of dark indigo that pushed back the corruption like sunlight pushing back shadows. The cavern stabilized, barely, temporarily, and the pressure from Erebus receded to a dull, ominous throb. Your array, Ash said to Aldrich. Shut it down. Now. If I shut it down, the energy I've been channeling will backfire through the network. If you don't shut it down, Erebus pushes through right here, right now, and your controlled burn becomes an uncontrolled apocalypse. Aldrich hesitated. In his eyes, Ash could see the war, 40 years of planning, 40 years of sacrifice, 40 years of certainty crashing against the reality of a situation spiraling beyond his control. I can contain it, Aldrich whispered. I've modeled this scenario. The array can, the mountain shook again. Harder this time. Cracks raced across the ceiling, and chunks of rock crashed to the floor. One of the crystalline pillars shattered entirely, and the corruption that poured from it was thicker, darker, more alive than anything Ash had felt before. Erebus was pushing harder. Aldrich. Ash roared. Shut it down. The old Aura Master looked at his life's work, the array, the pillars, the careful architecture of controlled destruction, and something broke behind his eyes. Not his conviction. His hope. He raised his hands. Gray aura poured from them, and the remaining pillars responded, flickering, dimming, the corruption flow reversing as the array powered down. The process was agonizingly slow. Each pillar had to be deactivated in sequence, and every second that passed, Erebus pushed harder, sensing the channel that had been feeding it beginning to close. Ash held the barrier. Sir Aaron's staff burned in his grip, the aura flowing through it so intense that the crystal shaft glowed white-hot. His arms shook. His vision blurred. The drain was enormous, holding back even the fringes of an entity like Erebus required more energy than he'd ever channeled in his life. Pikachu. Boost. Pikachu leaped from his shoulder to the staff, grabbed hold with all four paws, and poured electricity into the aura circuit. The staff blazed brighter. The barrier strengthened. But Erebus pushed harder still, testing the edges, finding the weak points, pressing with the patient inevitability of gravity. Lucario added his aura to the barrier without being asked. The three of them, human, Pikachu, Lucario, locked into a circuit of shared energy that burned through their reserves at a rate that wasn't sustainable. Minutes. They had minutes before the well ran dry. Aldrich shut down the 5th pillar. The 6th. The 7th. The corruption flow was weakening, the channel closing, and Erebus's presence was beginning to fade, slowly, reluctantly, like a hand withdrawing from a glove. The 8th pillar. The 9th. One left. Aldrich reached for the final pillar, and the mountain exploded. Not the whole mountain, just the section of wall behind the last pillar. Rock and crystal blew inward, and through the gap, something poured into the cavern that was neither energy nor matter. It was void, pure, absolute void, a hole in reality that swallowed light and sound and thought. Erebus's touch, manifested physically, reaching through the last open channel like a finger poking through a hole in a dam. The void tendril swept toward Aldrich. Ash moved. He didn't think. He didn't calculate. He grabbed Aldrich by the collar of his ancient robes and hurled him sideways, out of the tendril's path, with a strength amplified by aura that sent the old man tumbling across the cavern floor. The tendril missed Aldrich by inches, and caught Ash's left arm. The cold was indescribable. Not temperature, absence. The absence of everything. Heat, sensation, thought, self, all of it vanishing from his arm like water pouring through a drain. Ash screamed. The sound was torn from him involuntarily, raw and primal, and his aura flared in response, dark indigo blazing to a brightness that turned the entire cavern white. Pikachu hit the tendril with everything he had. Not an attack, a frequency. The same purification technique he'd used on Reiku, amplified to its absolute limit, a clean electrical signal that disrupted the void's coherence. Lucario followed with an aura sphere that detonated at the tendril's base, shattering its connection to the channel. The tendril dissolved. The void receded. And Aldrich, from where he lay on the floor, reached out with one hand and shut down the final pillar. Silence. The corruption faded. The pressure from Erebus withdrew, not gone, not truly, but retreating back into the depths from which it had come. The cavern settled. The mountain stilled. And the only sound was Ash Ketchum, on his knees, cradling his left arm against his chest, breathing in ragged gasps. His arm was changed. Not damaged, changed. From the fingertips to just above the elbow, his skin had turned dark. Not bruised, not burned. Dark, like ink had been poured into his veins. And his aura in that arm was different, deeper, denser, carrying a trace of the void that had touched it. Cynthia was beside him in an instant. Ash. Your arm, I'm fine. He wasn't. He could feel the void's trace in his flesh, cold and alien, a permanent souvenir of touching something that existed outside reality. But his aura was already adapting, wrapping around the change, incorporating it, making it part of himself the way his body had always made everything it survived into strength. I'm fine, he said again, and this time he almost meant it. He stood. His legs wanted to buckle, but he locked his knees and forced them straight. Pikachu climbed to his shoulder, pressing against his neck, his body heat a small but crucial anchor to normality. Lucario took his right side, ready to catch him if he fell. Across the cavern, Aldrich sat on the floor amid the ruins of his life's work. The crystalline array was dead, pillars cracked, connections severed, decades of careful construction rendered inert in minutes. The old Aura Master stared at the wreckage with an expression of total devastation. Ash walked to him. Every step hurt. His arm throbbed with a cold that went deeper than bone. His aura reserves were hovering near zero, and his body wanted nothing more than to collapse and not move for a week. But he walked, because some things needed to be said standing up. He stopped in front of Aldrich and looked down at the man who tried to save the world by destroying it. You were right about the network, Ash said. The degradation is real. The timeline is real. If nothing changes, everything dies. You weren't wrong about the problem. Aldrich looked up at him with hollow eyes. But the solution was wrong. Not because you're stupid or evil, but because you tried to play God alone, and playing God alone always ends in disaster. The network doesn't belong to you. The decision of how to save it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to everyone who lives in it. And what would you have me do? Aldrich's voice was barely a whisper. Publish a paper. Hold a conference. Let committees debate while the clock runs down. Start by not poisoning the ocean to kill the algae. Ash extended his right hand. Then let people who aren't broken by 4 decades of isolation help you find a better answer. Aldrich stared at the offered hand. You'd help me? After everything I've done? I'd help fix the problem. You're part of the problem and part of the solution. I don't have the luxury of choosing one without the other. The old Aura Master's eyes glistened. He took Ash's hand and let himself be pulled to his feet, and in the moment of contact, their aura signatures touched, deep indigo and ashen gray, and Ash felt the scope of Aldrich's knowledge, his pain, his desperate love for a world he'd been trying to save through terrible means. Your arm, Aldrich said, looking at the darkened limb. The void's touch. It's permanent. I know. It will change your aura. Deepen it further. Make you more sensitive to the spaces between reality. Then I'll use that. Aldrich almost smiled. You're not what I expected. I get that a lot. Cynthia approached, Sabrina leaning on her arm. The psychic was pale but recovering, her mental shields rebuilt, though the strain showed in the tremor of her hands. We need to leave, Cynthia said. The mountain's structural integrity is compromised, and I'm picking up tremors that suggest the ceiling cracked. They ran through the tunnels, past the unconscious guards, toward the surface, while the mountain groaned and shifted around them. Ash led despite his injuries, Sir Aaron's staff lighting the way with a pulse of clean aura that pushed back the residual corruption. Aldrich kept pace despite his age. 40 years of living in these tunnels had given him an intimate knowledge of every passage and shortcut. They burst into open air as the tunnel collapsed behind them. Snow and rock and dust billowed outward, and the mountainside shifted, a minor landslide that obliterated the entrance entirely. The base of operations was buried. The array was destroyed. Aldrich's life's work was entombed in stone. The old man stood in the snow and watched the dust settle. Rain had turned to sleet, and it plastered his white hair to his skull and soaked his ancient robes. He looked small. Old. Finished. Ash stood beside him. Not speaking. Just present. 40 years, Aldrich murmured. I know. I thought I was the only one who understood. You were the only one who was looking. That's different from being the only one who could understand. Aldrich turned to him. In the harsh light of the storm, his pale eyes were red-rimmed and raw. What happens now? Now you tell us everything you know. The network degradation, the models, the data, all of it. We bring it to people who can help. Scientists, psychics, aura users, legendary Pokemon. We build an actual solution instead of a desperate gamble. And the legal consequences of what I've done. Ash thought about it. About the corrupted Pokemon, the damaged tree, the psychics driven to breakdown. About Aldrich's genuine remorse and his genuine expertise and the genuine reality of a dying network that needed fixing. That's not my call, Ash said. But I'll tell them the truth. All of it. Including the part where you were trying to save the world. That doesn't excuse, no. It doesn't. But it matters. The sleet fell. The mountain settled. And 4 people who'd entered as adversaries left as something more complicated than allies, a collection of broken pieces that might, together, form something capable of facing what was coming. They descended the mountain in near silence. The storm was easing but the cold was brutal, and even Ash, whose aura normally regulated his body temperature effortlessly, was shivering. The void's touch had thrown his internal systems off balance. Pikachu pressed against his neck, a small warm engine of bioelectricity running at low power, providing what heat he could. Cynthia walked close. Not touching, but close enough that her presence was a physical thing, solid, reliable, a fixed point in a world that had spent the last 24 hours trying to unmake itself. "Your arm," she said quietly. "How bad is it?" "Functional." He flexed his darkened fingers. They moved normally, responded to commands, felt sensations. But there was an underscore to everything, a whisper of cold, a trace of vast emptiness, like an echo of the void lingering in his cells. Different. Not bad. You saved his life. You jumped in front of that thing to save the man who poisoned the tree of beginning. He's the only person alive who understands the network's degradation at a fundamental level. We need his knowledge. That's the strategic reason. What's the real one? Ash walked in silence for a few steps. The real one. The reason he'd moved without thinking, without calculating, without any strategic consideration at all. He reminded me of someone. Who? Me. 3 years into my exile. Alone, certain I was right about everything, willing to do terrible things because I couldn't see any other way. He looked at his darkened hand. Someone pulled me back from that edge. A Pokemon, actually. A wild Absol that found me in the Hoenn Wastes during the worst of it. I was about to do something I couldn't take back, I don't even remember what, exactly, but the aura I was channeling was destructive enough to. He stopped. The Absol just stood in front of me. Didn't attack, didn't run. Just stood there and looked at me until I came back to myself. What happened to the Absol? She's on my team. She chose to stay. A pause. Sometimes all someone needs is for one person to stand in their path and refuse to move. Cynthia looked at him, really looked, with the full weight of her attention and her intelligence and whatever else was building behind her gray eyes. You're a better person than you think you are, Ash. I'm a necessary person. That's not the same thing. It can be both. They reached the base of the mountain as dusk fell. Sabrina had been communicating telepathically during the descent, long range, boosted by her crystals, and the news she relayed was not good. The Concord is mobilizing, she reported, her face drawn and tense. Lance has deployed operatives to every region. Publicly, they're calling it a stability initiative in response to the aura anomalies. Privately, they're consolidating control over key infrastructure, communication networks, transportation hubs, Pokemon centers. He's making a power grab, Cynthia said flatly. He's doing what he always does. Using a crisis to justify expansion. Sabrina looked at Ash. But there's more. The champions are splitting. Alder, Diantha, and Steven have publicly denounced the Concord's actions. They're calling for transparency and independent investigation. Lance is painting them as destabilizing elements. And the public? Confused. Scared. The viral video of you at the village is everywhere. Half the internet thinks you're a hero. The other half thinks you're the cause of the corruption. The Concord's media apparatus is, not exactly discouraging the latter interpretation. Of course they weren't. Ash had walked back into the world, and the world's power structures were doing what power structures always did when faced with something they couldn't control, demonize it. There's something else, Sabrina added. Her voice dropped. Heralds. Everyone went still. Explain, Ash said. The Erebus contact, the one you interrupted, it sent shockwaves through the aura network. In 3 locations, legendary Pokemon have been affected. Not corrupted the way the beasts in the tree were. Something different. They're channeling void energy. Acting as conduits between Erebus's dimension and ours. Which legendaries? Reports are still coming in, but confirmed so far, a Darkrai in Sinnoh, manifesting nightmares across entire cities. A Giratina sighting in the Distortion World border zone, tearing holes in reality. And, she hesitated. A Mutwo. Location unknown. But the psychic signature is unmistakable, and it's broadcasting at a frequency that's interfering with psychic communication globally. 3 legendary Pokémon, infected not with corruption but with void energy. Not puppets, conduits. Bridges between Erebus's realm and the physical world. Each one a doorway that was slowly, inexorably widening. How long? Ash asked. Before the doorways stabilize and Erebus can push through physically. Based on the energy progression. Sabrina met his eyes. Days. 3, maybe 4. 3 days. 3 legendary heralds. An entity that predated creation stirring in its sleep. A political landscape fracturing under the weight of fear and ambition. And one man with a darkened arm and a broken staff standing at the center of all of it. Ash looked at his companions. Cynthia, steady and resolute, her champion's composure unshaken despite everything. Sabrina, brilliant and exhausted, her psychic gifts strained to their limits. Aldrich, broken and repentant, carrying knowledge that might save the world if they survived long enough to use it. And his Pokémon. Pikachu on his shoulder, a constant since the very first day. Lucario at his side, born in the tree of beginning, carrying the legacy of a predecessor who'd sacrificed everything. Charizard, Greninja, Sceptile, Crocodile, each one a partner forged in the fires of 7 years of relentless training. It wasn't enough. He knew it wasn't enough. I need to make some calls, he said. Cynthia raised an eyebrow. I thought you didn't do alliances. I don't. But I do impossible odds, and impossible odds require resources I don't have alone. He pulled out his communicator, the battered, war-surviving device that had been buzzing with Brock's messages for days. He stared at it for a long time. Then he scrolled past Brock's name. Past the 37 unread messages. Past the apologies he wasn't ready to hear. He opened a different contact. One he hadn't used in 7 years. It rang twice before a voice answered, older, rougher, but immediately recognizable. Hello. Professor Birch. It's Ash Ketchum. I need to talk to your network of regional professors. All of them. Tonight. Silence on the line. Then, Ash. Is that really, the video, was that, it was me. And what's coming is worse. I need people who understand Pokémon at a biological level, who have research networks and resources, and who aren't compromised by the Concord. Can you make that happen? Yes. Yes, I can make that happen. Give me 2 hours. You have 1. He ended the call and made 3 more. One to Stephen Stone, who picked up on the first ring and said, I've been waiting for this call. One to Diantha in Kalos, who said, tell me where and when. And one to a number he'd memorized but never called, a direct line to the International Pokémon Ranger headquarters, because if 3 legendary heralds were tearing holes in reality, the Rangers needed to know. Then he looked at his communicator one more time. Brock's name stared back at him. 37 messages. The first one, I'm so sorry. Ash closed his eyes. Opened them. He typed 3 words, Pewter City. Tomorrow. And hit send. Cynthia was watching. Brock. He's a Pokémon doctor. One of the best. If we're going to be dealing with legendary Pokémon that have been infected with void energy, we need medical expertise. He pocketed the communicator. That's the strategic reason. And the real one? The real one is that I'm tired of carrying everything alone, and he's been trying to apologize for 7 years, and if I'm going to ask the world to come together to face this, I can't do it while holding grudges that are older than some of the people I'm trying to save. He said it simply, without drama, without the weight of revelation. Just a man stating a fact about himself that he'd only recently discovered. Cynthia reached out and touched his darkened hand. He flinched, not from pain, but from the contact itself, from the unfamiliarity of being touched by someone who meant it gently. But he didn't pull away. That's not weakness, she said. I know. Do you? He looked at their hands. Hers, pale and steady. His, dark and changed. Two people who'd found each other in the middle of a crisis and were slowly, carefully, learning to trust that the connection was real. I'm starting to, he said. The sleet had stopped. The clouds were breaking. And on the horizon, the first stars were appearing, distant, cold, and beautiful. Somewhere in Sinnoh, a dark ray opened its eye and screamed nightmares into the minds of a sleeping city. Somewhere in the distortion world, a giratina tore a hole in the sky and void light poured through like water through a crack in a hull. Somewhere in the unknown, a Mutwo floated in silence and broadcast a signal that made every psychic on the planet flinch. The heralds were awakening. The clock was running. And the Dark King of Aura stood on a mountain in the rain, surrounded by allies he was only beginning to trust, facing a threat that might be beyond even his power to stop. But he'd faced impossible things before. He'd been broken and rebuilt and broken again. He'd walked into the dark and survived it, not because he was special but because he refused, absolutely, fundamentally, with every fiber of his being, to stop. Pikachu squeezed his shoulder. Lucario pressed against his side. And somewhere in his pocket, his communicator buzzed with a reply from Brock Harrison that was only 2 words long, I'll be there. Ash looked at the stars. Then at the mountain. Then at the people standing with him. 3 days, he said. Let's get to work. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Dawn of the Dark King. Pewter City hadn't changed. That was the thing about small cities, they wore their years lightly. The same stone buildings, the same museum on the hill, the same gym that Ash had challenged as a 10-year-old kid with nothing but a Pikachu and more courage than sense. The morning sun hit the rooftops and turned everything warm and golden, and for a moment, just a moment, Ash could almost pretend that the last 7 years hadn't happened. Then Brock Harrison walked out of the Pokemon Center, and the moment shattered. He was bigger than Ash remembered. Not taller, Brock had always been tall, but broader, filled out with the particular solidity of a man who'd spent years on his feet in operating rooms and field clinics. His hair was shorter, his jaw was sharper, and he wore a white doctor's coat over civilian clothes with the comfortable ease of someone who'd found his calling. His eyes, when they landed on Ash, went wide. Then wet. Then carefully, deliberately controlled, because Brock Harrison had always been the responsible one, the one who held things together when everyone else fell apart. They stood 20 feet apart on the street outside the Pokemon Center. Cynthia had stayed back. Sabrina and Aldrich were at the hotel. This was between them. Ash, Brock said. His voice cracked on the single syllable. Ash looked at him. Studied him. Read his aura without meaning to, it was instinct now, as automatic as breathing. What he found was guilt. Deep, calcite-layered guilt, the kind that had been building for 7 years, compressed under the weight of daily life until it was as dense and heavy as the stone this city was named for. And beneath the guilt, love. Genuine, undiminished, stubborn love for a friend he'd betrayed. You look good, Ash said. It wasn't what he'd planned to say. He hadn't planned to say anything. But the words came out anyway, because they were true, and because he was tired of every conversation being a chess match. Brock's composure broke. Not dramatically, no sobbing, no falling to his knees. Just a slow crumbling, the way a wall comes down when the mortar finally gives out. His shoulders dropped. His eyes closed. His hands, hanging at his sides, trembled. I practiced what I was going to say, Brock said, his voice rough. 50 different versions. Apologies, explanations, justifications. I had a whole speech ready. He opened his eyes. But looking at you now, all of them sound like garbage. They probably were garbage. Yeah. A shaky breath. Yeah, they were. Ash crossed the distance between them. Not fast, not slow. Just a man walking towards something he'd been avoiding for 7 years. He stopped 3 feet from Brock and looked up at the taller man, because Brock was still taller. Some things didn't change no matter how much the world shifted. "I'm not going to forgive you," Ash said. "Not today. Maybe not ever. What you did broke something in me that I've spent 7 years rebuilding, and the rebuilt version isn't the same shape. It doesn't have room for what we used to be." Brock nodded. His jaw worked, but he didn't speak. "But I need your help. The world is ending, literally, not metaphorically, and you're one of the best Pokemon doctors alive, and the Pokemon I'm trying to save don't care about my personal issues." "Anything," Brock said immediately. "Whatever you need. Anywhere, anytime, no questions." "There will be questions. Lots of them. And you'll answer all of them honestly, because the next time someone lies to me, the consequences will be significantly worse than me walking away." Brock met his gaze. "I will never lie to you again." The aura didn't fluctuate. No deception, no hedging, no carefully worded evasion. Just raw, absolute sincerity. Ash nodded. "Then let's get to work." He turned and walked toward the hotel. After 3 steps, he paused. "Brock." "Yeah." The speech. Was the first version an apology or an explanation? Apology. The first 30 versions were all apologies. What were the other 20? Begging. Something twitched at the corner of Ash's mouth. Not a smile. Not quite. But the place where a smile might one day live. "Keep the begging versions," he said. "You might need them later." Brock laughed. It was a broken, watery sound, but it was a laugh, and it was the first one Ash had caused in 7 years. The War Council assembled in the conference room of Pewter City's largest hotel, which wasn't particularly large but served the purpose. Around a table that had probably hosted its share of business luncheons and wedding receptions, some of the most powerful people in the Pokemon world gathered to discuss the end of everything. Cynthia sat at Ash's right. Sabrina at his left. Aldrich, under Ash's personal supervision, occupied a chair at the end of the table, looking like a ghost in his ancient robes. Stephen Stone had arrived by private jet at dawn, immaculate as always, silver hair perfectly arranged, wearing a suit that cost more than most people's houses. But his eyes were hard and focused, the eyes of a man who understood that his fortune and his title meant nothing if reality unraveled. Diantha appeared via holographic link from Kalos, her normally serene face drawn with worry. Alder connected from Unova, his massive frame filling the screen, his expression grimmer than Ash had ever seen it. Professor Birch was there in person, along with Professor Sycamore from Kalos, both of them looking like they hadn't slept since Ash's call. They'd brought data, mountains of it, on tablets and laptops and old-fashioned printouts, the accumulated research of 6 regional Pokemon laboratories on the aura anomalies. Brock sat against the wall, apart from the main group. He'd brought his medical kit and his field research on corrupted Pokemon. He'd been treating them in pewter for months, Ash learned, documenting the corruption patterns, trying to find a medical solution. And standing in the corner, silent and watchful, was a figure who'd arrived unannounced 30 minutes before the meeting, Tobias. Ash had sensed him coming from a mile away. He'd considered turning him away, but Tobias had come alone, without Concord authority, carrying a data drive that he'd placed on the table without comment. Lance's complete files, Tobias had said. Everything the Concord has on the corruption, the network degradation, and Erebus. I copied them before he could classify them. Why? Ash had asked. Because I joined the Concord to protect the world, not to watch Lance protect his ego while the world burns. The aura red had been complex, layers of calculation, self-interest, and genuine concern braided together like a rope. But the core was clean enough. Tobias was making a pragmatic choice, and pragmatic choices were fine. Ash didn't need saints. He needed competence. Now, with everyone assembled, Ash stood at the head of the table and did something he'd never done before, he led. Here's what we know, he said. No preamble, no pleasantries. The global aura network is degrading. It has been for centuries. If nothing changes, it collapses within 200 years, and everything connected to it, which is everything, dies. He let that sink in. Faces around the table shifted. Stephen's jaw tightened. Diantha's hand rose to her mouth on the holographic display. The degradation was being accelerated by a man named Aldrich, he gestured, and every eye turned to the old Aura Master, who believed that a controlled awakening of an entity called Erebus could be used to burn away the corrupted portions of the network. He was wrong about the method. He was right about the problem. Aldrich inclined his head, accepting both the acknowledgement and the judgment. Aldrich's interference woke Erebus partially. It's not fully conscious, but it's aware and it's reaching into our reality through 3 legendary Pokemon that are acting as conduits, heralds. A Darkrai in Sinnoh, a Giratina at the Distortion World border, and a Mutwo at an unknown location. Each herald is a doorway. If the doorways stabilize, Erebus pushes through physically, and everything I just described about the network collapsing in 200 years becomes irrelevant because it'll happen in 200 seconds. Silence. The weight of it pressed down like the stone ceiling above them. Professor Birch raised a hand. Timeline. 2 days. Maybe less. What do you need from us? 3 teams. 1 for each herald. Every team needs combat capability to engage a corrupted legendary, medical support to treat it once it's purified, and psychic shielding to protect against void energy exposure. He looked around the table. Darkrai is in Sinnoh. Cynthia, you and Stephen take that one. You know the region, you know the terrain, and between your teams, you have the firepower. Cynthia nodded. Stephen said, agreed. Giratina is in the Distortion World. Sabrina, you lead that team. Your psychic abilities are the only thing that can navigate the Distortion World's warped physics, and you've been studying the void energy longer than anyone. Sabrina's expression was grim but resolute. I'll need support. The Distortion World is hostile to normal biology. Take Aldrich. His knowledge of the Aura Network makes him the best person to understand what Giratina is channeling, and honestly, he owes the world a debt. This is how he starts paying it. Aldrich met Ash's gaze. Something passed between them, not forgiveness, not acceptance, but acknowledgement. A debt recognized. A payment offered. And Mutwo? Diantha asked from the screen. That one's mine. The room shifted. Cynthia turned to look at him, and her expression was the one she wore when she was about to object to something she knew she couldn't talk him out of. Alone, she said. Mutwo is the most powerful psychic Pokemon ever created. It's also the most unstable herald. The void energy is interacting with its artificial genome in ways we can't predict. Sending a team risks casualties that we can't afford. And I'm the only person here who's met Mutwo before. Met it, Stephen said carefully, or survived it? Both. Ash flexed his darkened hand. The void left a trace in me when it touched my arm. That trace gives me a connection to the same energy the heralds are channeling. I can use it to reach Mutwo on a frequency that wouldn't be accessible otherwise. That sounds like a theory, not a plan, Sabrina said. It's both. And it's the best we've got. Nobody argued. Not because they agreed, the objections were written on every face, but because the alternatives were worse, and everyone in the room knew it. What about Erebus itself? Alder asked from the screen. His voice was a deep rumble that carried the weight of a man who'd been champion long enough to know when a situation was truly dire. Even if we close the heralds, the entity is still partially awake. It'll try again. That's phase 2, Ash said. Once the heralds are neutralized, I take Aldrich's data on the network degradation and Sir Aaron's staff to the Tree of Beginning. The tree is the central node of the entire Aura network. If I can use the staff to reinforce the network at its source, strengthen the dam instead of trying to hold back the ocean, Erebus loses its grip on our reality and goes back to sleep. Can you do that? Birch asked. I don't know. Nobody's ever tried it. The energy required would be significant. The word significant hung in the air, loaded with implications that Ash wasn't voicing. Cynthia heard them. Her eyes narrowed, and Ash saw the calculation happening behind them, the same calculation he'd already run, the same conclusion he'd already reached and filed away in the part of his mind where he kept things he wasn't ready to deal with. We'll cross that bridge when we reach it, Ash said, cutting off the train of thought before it could reach its destination out loud. For now, teams form up, intel packages distributed, departure in 4 hours. Brock, the doctor straightened against the wall. Yeah. You're with me. Mutwo is going to need medical attention when I'm done with it, and you're the only doctor I trust to treat a Pokemon that can level cities with a thought. Brock's expression was complex, gratitude, determination, and the sharp pain of being trusted by someone he betrayed. I won't let you down, Brock said. I know you won't. Because this time, you're choosing to be here. The room began to move. Plans forming, resources allocating, the machinery of crisis response grinding into motion. Ash watched it happen, the connections forming between people who'd been strangers or enemies hours ago, the shared purpose overriding the personal histories and political divides, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. Cautious, guarded, wrapped in layers of pragmatism and skepticism. But hope. Cynthia found him on the hotel roof 30 minutes later. He was sitting on the edge, legs dangling over a 3-story drop, watching Pewter City prepare for a crisis most of its residents didn't know was coming. Pikachu was in his lap. Lucario stood behind him like a shadow. She sat beside him. Close enough that their shoulders almost touched. You didn't tell them everything, she said. I told them everything they need to know. You didn't tell them about the cost. Reinforcing the entire aura network through the tree of beginning, the energy required for that is beyond anything a single human can channel. Sir Aaron died doing it on a much smaller scale. Ash didn't respond immediately. He watched a Pidgey circle the museum, riding thermals with the lazy ease of a creature that had no idea the world was ending. Sir Aaron channeled his life force because he didn't have another option, Ash said. The aura technology of his era was limited. He had to use himself as a battery. And you have a better option? Maybe. Aldrich's data on the network includes maps of every major node on the planet. If I can synchronize the nodes, get them resonating at the same frequency simultaneously, the network reinforces itself. I don't have to be the battery. The network does. And if it doesn't work? If the synchronization fails and you have to channel it manually? Ash looked at his darkened hand. The void's trace pulsed faintly, cold and deep, a permanent reminder of what lay on the other side of reality. Then I channel it manually. That would kill you. It might. The word might was doing a lot of work in that sentence, and they both knew it. Cynthia's composure, the champion's armor she wore as naturally as Ash wore his, cracked. Not visibly. Not in any way that a casual observer would notice. But Ash felt it in her aura, a spike of something fierce and raw and terrified. Ash Ketchum, if you die saving the world, I will find a way to bring you back just to kill you myself. He turned to look at her. In the morning light, with her hair loose and her eyes bright with an emotion she was too proud to name, she was beautiful in the way that mountains were beautiful, grand, immovable, forces of nature. I'm not planning to die, he said. Nobody plans to die. They just run out of better options. Then I'll make sure I have better options. He held her gaze. I didn't survive 7 years of exile and come back from the dead just to martyr myself at the finish line. That's not my story. What is your story? The question was simple. The answer wasn't. But Ash tried anyway, because Cynthia had earned honesty from him in ways that most people hadn't. A boy who loved Pokemon more than anything. Who got broken? Who rebuilt himself into something harder and stronger and lonelier? Who's learning, slowly, badly, with a lot of stumbling, that strength without connection isn't strength at all? He paused. And who met a woman on a desert inn or who reminded him that being alive means more than just surviving? Cynthia was quiet for a long time. The Pidgey circled. The sun climbed. That's a good story, she said finally. It's not finished yet. No. She reached over and took his hand, the darkened one, the one that carried the void's trace. Her fingers laced through his, warm against cold, alive against the echo of nothing. It's not. They sat on the roof of a hotel in a city made of stone, holding hands while the world prepared for war, and for 3 minutes, nothing else existed. Then Ash's communicator buzzed, and reality returned. Mutwo's been located, Sabrina's voice said through the speaker. Northern Kanto. The Cerulean Cave System. Of course. Cerulean Cave, the place where Mutwo had retreated after its crisis of identity, the deepest and most dangerous cave system in Kanto. The place where reality was already thin. Distance? Ash asked. 60 miles. But the void energy emanating from the cave is intensifying. Local Pokemon are fleeing the area. The nearest city, Cerulean, is experiencing mass nightmares and psychic interference. Cerulean City. Misty City. Ash filed that away in the part of his brain where he kept things that complicated his mission without changing it. I'm moving. Alert the other teams. Darkrai and Giratina need to be engaged simultaneously. If we stagger the Herald takedowns, the remaining ones will compensate by channeling more void energy. Understood. Synchronization window. Ash calculated. Flight time to Cerulean Cave, approach through the psychically charged cave system, engagement with a corrupted Mutwo. 6 hours. All teams engage at sundown. Copy. Sabrina out. Ash stood. Cynthia stood with him. They looked at each other for a beat that was too short and too long simultaneously. Don't die, she said. Don't let Darkrai give you nightmares. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. My nightmares are about losing this. I don't need Darkrai's help for that. Ash leaned forward and pressed his forehead to hers. Just for a second. A gesture borrowed from how he greeted his Pokemon, intimate, wordless, a sharing of space and breath that said everything that words were too clumsy to express. Then he pulled back, and the Dark King of Aura returned. Cold eyes, controlled bearing, the magnetic intensity that made the air around him feel charged. See you on the other side, he said, and was gone. The flight to Cerulean Cave took 2 hours. Ash rode Charizard hard, pushing the fire dragon to speeds that left sonic booms echoing across the Kanto countryside. Brock rode behind him, strapped to a harness Ash had improvised from climbing gear, looking like a man who was deeply reconsidering his life choices but absolutely refusing to complain about them. They felt the void energy from 10 miles out. It was like flying into a wall of static, a buzzing, crackling interference that scraped against Ash's aura senses and made Pikachu's fur stand on end. The closer they got, the worse it became. By the time Cerulean Cave came into view, a dark mouth in the cliff face north of the city, surrounded by dead trees and scorched earth, the void energy was so thick that Ash had to actively shield himself, Brock, and all their Pokemon just to maintain coherent thought. Cerulean City was visible to the south, and even from this distance, Ash could feel the psychic distress radiating from it. Tens of thousands of people, bombarded by Mutwo's void-enhanced psychic output. Not targeted attacks, just spillover. The sheer power of what was happening in the cave was bleeding out across the landscape like radiation from a reactor. They landed at the cave entrance. The ground here was wrong, cracked, darkened, with patches of absolute void that looked like holes in a painting. Reality was thinning. The boundary between the physical world and the space where Erebus dreamed was wearing through like fabric rubbed too long in one spot. This is as far as you go, Ash told Brock. The hell it is. Brock. The psychic pressure inside that cave will liquefy a normal human's brain in minutes. I can shield myself. I can shield Pikachu and Lucario. I cannot shield you and fight Mutwo at the same time. Then who handles medical when you bring Mutwo out? You. From here. I bring Mutwo out, you treat it. That's the plan. Brock's jaw worked. The doctor in him warred with the friend, the pragmatist with the guilt. The doctor won, because Brock had always been practical above all else. If you're not out in 2 hours, I'm coming in after you. If I'm not out in 2 hours, stay away. Call Cynthia. Tell her what? Ash paused. The words he wanted to say were too many and too fragile for the entrance of a cave where reality was dying. Tell her the story wasn't finished, he said. She'll understand. He turned to the cave. The darkness inside was absolute, not the darkness of absence of light, but the darkness of presence of void. Something lived in there, something that had once been the most powerful psychic Pokemon ever created, and it was in pain, and it was dangerous, and it was the only thing standing between Erebus and the physical world on this front. Pikachu climbed to his shoulder. Lucario materialized at his side. Sir Aaron's staff hummed in his grip. One more impossible thing, Ash murmured. Pika-Pi, Pikachu agreed, and they walked into the dark. Cerulean Cave had always been dangerous. The most powerful wild Pokemon in Kanto called it home, the tunnel system was labyrinthine, and the ambient energy levels were high enough to disorient even experienced trainers. But what Ash walked into bore no resemblance to the cave he'd visited as a child. The walls were wrong. Not stone anymore, or rather, stone that was being consumed by something else. Void matter clung to the surfaces in sheets, dark and slightly translucent, and through it, Ash could see glimpses of somewhere else. Not the distortion world, something deeper. A place of absolute emptiness, where space itself had been stripped away and nothing remained but the potential for nothing. Erebus's realm. Visible through the thinning reality like bones visible through translucent skin. Ash pushed forward. His aura barrier was working overtime, but the darkened portion of his left arm actually helped. The void trace in his flesh resonated with the void energy around him, creating a kind of interference pattern that reduced the drain on his barrier. Aldrich had been right. The touch of the void had changed him in ways that were useful here. The psychic pressure increased with every step. Even with his aura defenses, Ash could feel it, a weight on his thoughts, a distortion of perception that made distances uncertain and time elastic. Pikachu pressed harder against his neck. Lucario's aura flared in spikes, actively combating the psychic intrusion. They went deeper. Past chambers he remembered, the underground lake, the crystal caverns, the narrow passages where wild Pokemon had once lurked. All empty now. Every living thing had fled. Even the cave's ecosystem had retreated from what Mutwo had become. The final chamber opened before them without warning. One step, Ash was in a tunnel. The next, he was in a space so vast it shouldn't have fit inside the mountain. The chamber was spherical. Not carved, warped. The void energy had reshaped reality itself, creating a bubble of altered physics where the normal rules didn't apply. Gravity pulled in inconsistent directions. Light behaved strangely, bending, refracting, sometimes stopping entirely and pooling on the ground like spilled water. At the center of the sphere, floating in a column of void energy that connected floor to ceiling like a dark umbilical cord, was Mutwo. Ash had met Mutwo twice before. Both times, the genetic Pokemon had been imposing, 7 feet of psychic power wrapped in a body designed for destruction. But it had also been recognizably alive. Emotional. Conflicted. Searching for meaning in an existence that had begun as an experiment. The thing floating in the void column was barely recognizable. Mutwo's body had been partially consumed by the void, patches of its lavender skin had turned translucent, revealing not muscle and bone but darkness, the same absolute darkness that Ash had seen through the cave walls. Its eyes were open but lightless, and its psychic aura, normally a vivid purple, was shot through with black veins that pulsed in sync with the void energy around it. It was in agony. Ash could feel it through the aura, wave after wave of psychic suffering radiating from the creature like heat from a sun. The void was consuming it, rewriting it, trying to turn the most powerful psychic Pokemon in existence into a permanent doorway for Erebus to enter the physical world. And Mutwo was fighting it. Even now, even half-consumed, the genetic Pokemon's will was resisting. Not successfully, the void was winning, slowly, inexorably, but with a stubbornness that Ash recognized in his own reflection. Mutwo, Ash said. The psychic output spiked. A wave of force hit Ash like a freight train, and he slid backward 3 feet before his aura barrier stabilized. Pikachu was thrown from his shoulder. Lucario dropped to one knee. Who dares? The voice wasn't sound, it was thought, injected directly into Ash's brain with enough force to split his concentration. But it wasn't Mutwo's voice. It was Mutwo's voice filtered through the void, hollow, echoing, carrying the absolute emptiness of Erebus behind it. It's me, Ash said. Ash Ketchum. We've met before. There is no before. There is no after. There is only the void. That's the void talking, not you. I know the difference. Another psychic blast. This one was targeted, a lance of pure psychic energy aimed at Ash's consciousness, designed to shatter his sense of self and leave him an empty vessel. It hit his aura barrier and detonated, and the force of it cracked the barrier in 3 places. Ash gritted his teeth and rebuilt the cracks. His reserves were dropping. The ambient void energy was sapping him faster than he'd calculated. Lucario. Hold the perimeter. Don't let the void energy close in. Lucario planted himself and expanded his aura outward, creating a secondary barrier that pushed back the encroaching void matter. The strain showed immediately, his body trembled, his aura flickered, but he held. Pikachu. I need you to disrupt the column. Not destroy it, disrupt. Create interference in the void energy flow. Can you do it? Pikachu picked himself up from where he'd been thrown. His fur was standing on end, not from electricity but from the void energy trying to invade his body. He shook himself, hard, and sparks flew. Pika. Determined. Absolute. On my signal. Ash walked toward Mutwo. Each step was harder than the last. The psychic pressure was immense, a physical weight on his shoulders, his chest, his skull. The void energy clawed at his barrier. And Mutwo's tortured mind lashed out at him with every step, not because it wanted to hurt him but because pain was all it had left. He stopped 10 feet from the void column. Up close, Mutwo's suffering was visible in excruciating detail. The patches of void consuming its body were spreading. Its tail twitched in involuntary spasms. Its mouth was open in a silent scream that the psychic plane was broadcasting across the continent. Mutwo. Listen to me. Ash raised his darkened hand. The void trace in his arm responded to the column's energy, resonating, harmonizing, creating a frequency that cut through the interference. I know what the void feels like. It touched me. It left its mark. And I'm still here. The void is everything. The void is peace. The void is nothing. That's literally what it is. And you're not nothing, Mutwo. You've spent your entire existence proving that you're something, that a creature born in a lab has as much right to exist as any living thing. You fought for that. You suffered for that. You earned it. I was created to be used. Yeah. So was I. Every system I was part of tried to use me. The League wanted a mascot. The Concord wanted a weapon. Even my friends wanted me to be something I wasn't. He took another step. You know what I did? I chose. Not what they wanted me to be. What I wanted to be. And that choice is the only thing that matters. Mutwo's eyes flickered. For a fraction of a second, through the void darkness, Ash saw purple. Real, living, agonized purple. I cannot choose. The void is too strong. Then let me help. Ash raised his darkened arm toward the void column. The trace in his flesh blazed, not with aura, but with void energy, the same frequency as the column, the same resonance as Erebus's touch. It hurt. Not like a cut or a burn, like losing a piece of himself, like the void was reclaiming what it had left behind. But the resonance created something, a channel. A direct line between Ash's consciousness and Mutwo's, bypassing the void's interference, cutting through the noise like a signal through static. Now! Ash shouted. Pikachu moved. He hit the base of the void column with everything he had, not a standard attack, not electricity in any conventional sense, but the same purification frequency he developed fighting the legendary beasts, amplified by days of preparation and the desperate clarity of a Pokémon who would die before he let his trainer down. The column flickered. Stuttered. The void energy flow disrupted for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, Ash poured himself through the channel. Not aura. Not energy. Himself. His memories, his emotions, his identity, the totality of who Ash Ketchum was, compressed into a psychic signal and fired directly into Mutwo's consumed consciousness. He showed Mutwo everything. The first morning of his journey. Pikachu's thunderbolt, the one that had sealed their bond forever. Every victory, every defeat, every moment of joy and pain and wonder that had defined his life. He showed Mutwo the betrayal, the full thing, unedited, in all its devastating detail. He showed Mutwo the exile, the darkness, the years of isolation. And he showed Mutwo the choice he'd made at the bottom of all that darkness, to keep going. Not because things would get better. Not because someone promised a happy ending. But because the alternative was nothing, and nothing wasn't good enough. I refuse to be nothing, Ash's consciousness said, resonating in the space between their minds. And so do you. Mutwo's psyche seized on the signal like a drowning person seizing a rope. The genetic Pokémon's will, that same iron will that had defied its creators, fought its own nature, chosen empathy over destruction, surged back from the void's edge. The void pushed back. Hard. Erebus's presence swelled through the column, and for a terrible moment, Ash felt the entity's full attention focus on him. Not a heartbeat of curiosity. Not a tentative probe. The full, undivided awareness of something that existed before time, that remembered the nothing before creation, that wanted, with a hunger beyond human comprehension, to return everything to that nothing. It was the most terrifying thing Ash had ever experienced. Worse than the betrayal. Worse than the exile. Worse than the void touching his arm. Because for 1 second, he understood Erebus. He felt the seductive peace of total erasure, the beauty of absolute silence, and some deep, exhausted part of him whispered, wouldn't that be easier? It would. It absolutely would. And it wasn't enough. Ash had chosen, 7 years ago, in the darkest moment of his life. He'd chosen to keep going. To keep fighting. To keep being, even when being hurt more than anything. And that choice, that stupid, stubborn, illogical choice, was the foundation of everything he'd built since. He chose again. His aura exploded. Not the controlled, refined energy he'd spent 7 years perfecting, something rawer, deeper, more fundamental. It came from the place where the void had touched him, where the darkness and the light met, where his human will and Erebus's infinite emptiness collided and neither could extinguish the other. Dark indigo light flooded the chamber. The void column shattered. Mutwo's body convulsed, and the patches of void consuming its flesh began to recede, slowly at first, then faster, driven back by the combined force of Ash's aura and Mutwo's own resurgent will. Pikachu hit the collapsing column with one final pulse, shattering its base. Lucario roared and compressed his barrier inward, squeezing the void energy into a shrinking sphere. The chamber shook. The walls cracked. The altered physics began to normalize as the void energy dissipated. Mutwo fell. 7 feet of genetic Pokémon, dropping from the air like a stone. Ash caught it, not physically, he wasn't strong enough for that, but with aura, cushioning the fall, lowering Mutwo gently to the ground. The psychic Pokémon lay still, its body scarred with fading void marks, its eyes closed. Then it opened them. Purple. Deep, living, intelligent purple. Ash. Ketchum. Hey, Mutwo. Ash was on his knees, barely conscious, his vision swimming. The aura expenditure had been massive, his reserves were hovering near absolute zero, and his body was running on willpower and muscle memory. Welcome back. The void. I know. It's over. It is not over. Mutwo's psychic voice was weak but clear. I could feel it, in the void. Erebus. It is aware. It knows what you have done. And it is, angry is not the word. Hungry. More hungry. You have closed one door, but it will press harder on the others. My friends are handling the others. Right now. Friends. A pause. Something complex in that single word, a creature born without the concept, still learning what it meant. You trust them? Ash thought about Cynthia facing Darkrai. About Sabrina navigating the distortion world. About Steven and Diantha and Alder holding the line. Yeah, he said. I do. He hoped he was right. He was. Across the continent, as the sun touched the horizon, 3 battles reached their climax simultaneously. In Sinnoh, Cynthia's Garchomp carved through Darkray's nightmare aura with dragon claws that blazed with a light that had no business existing in a realm of eternal dark. Steven's Metagross anchored the psychic shields while Cynthia herself, beautiful, terrifying, utterly in command, directed the purification with the precision of a surgeon and the ferocity of a storm. Darkrai fought with the desperation of a dreamer trying to wake up, and when Cynthia's Lucario delivered the final aura pulse that shattered the void's hold, the pitch-black Pokémon collapsed into her arms and wept the tears of something that had seen what lay behind reality and never wanted to see it again. In the distortion world, Sabrina walked through broken physics with the calm of a woman who'd long ago stopped being surprised by the impossible. Aldrich, at her side, used his gray aura to navigate the inverted landscapes and anti-gravity zones, his knowledge of the void energy proving exactly as valuable as Ash had gambled. Giratina was massive, furious, and tearing holes in the dimensional barriers with every movement, but Sabrina's psychic net held, constraining the dragon's rage long enough for Aldrich to reach its core and do what he'd originally intended his corruption to accomplish, a controlled purification. He channeled his gray aura into Giratina, not to corrupt but to cleanse, using the same deep understanding of the network that had enabled his terrible plan to now undo its consequences. When Giratina's void marks faded and the renegade Pokémon stopped thrashing, Aldrich fell to his knees and wept, not for himself, but for the creature he'd inadvertently caused to suffer. 3 heralds. 3 battles. 3 victories. The doorways closed. And deep in the spaces between reality, Erebus screamed. Not sound. Not energy. Something more fundamental, a vibration in the fabric of existence itself, expressing a frustration that predated the concept of frustration. Its channels were closed. Its reach was diminished. But it was still awake, still hungry, still pressing against the boundaries of a reality that was too damaged to hold it indefinitely. Ash felt the scream through every cell of his body. He was in the cave, Mutwo beside him, Pikachu and Lucario guarding them both. The herald was neutralized. The doorway was closed. But Erebus wasn't going back to sleep. He needed to get to the tree of beginning. Now. The flight was a blur. Brock had Mutwo stabilized on a medical stretcher, administered through a combination of conventional Pokemon medicine and the kind of improvised brilliance that made him one of the best doctors in the world. Ash rode Charizard through the gathering dusk, his body screaming for rest, his aura reserves dangerously depleted, his darkened arm throbbing with a cold that went beyond physical. He called Cynthia on the communicator. "Heralds are down," she confirmed. "All three. Erebus isn't sleeping." "I know. I can feel it. Everyone can feel it. The entire planet just shuddered. I'm heading to the tree. I need you to coordinate the champions. If Erebus pushes through while I'm working, someone needs to hold the line. Ash, your energy levels, you just fought a corrupted Mutwo. You're running on fumes. I'm running on something that's never run out yet." Silence on the line. Then, what's that? Stubbornness. A sound that might have been a laugh. "I'll meet you there. Cynthia, I'll meet you there." Non-negotiable. The tree of beginning was alive. Not the sick, struggling life he'd felt before. The removal of the staff had allowed the healing to begin, and 2 days of recovery had brought color back to the forest, sound back to the air, warmth back to the crystal walls. But it was still weakened, a patient halfway through convalescence, vulnerable to relapse. Ash landed in the clearing where he'd confronted Tobias. The machinery was gone. The dead zone had shrunk. And the tree's heartbeat, that deep, rhythmic pulse that connected it to every living thing on the planet, was stronger. But not strong enough. He could feel Erebus pressing against the network from the other side. Not through the heralds, those channels were closed. But from everywhere at once, like water finding cracks in a dam. The network's accumulated damage, the centuries of scarring that Aldrich had documented, was providing millions of tiny fractures for the void to seep through. If Ash didn't reinforce the network now, Erebus would find its way through. Not today. Not this week. But soon. And when it did, there would be no heralds to close, no doorways to shut. It would simply be everywhere. He entered the tree alone. Past the healing corridors, past the recovering crystal veins, down into the depths where the central column pulsed with the aura of everything alive. The column was scarred from the staff's corruption, but it was healing, and when Ash placed his hand against it, the warmth that flowed back was like being greeted by an old friend. "Hey," he whispered. "I need your help one more time." He planted Sir Aaron's staff at the base of the column. Not jammed in, placed, gently, the way you'd plant a seed. The staff's clean aura interfaced with the column's energy, and the two signatures harmonized, a resonance that spread outward through the root system, through the network, reaching for every node on the planet. This was the moment. Aldrich's data said the network could reinforce itself if the nodes were synchronized. A single pulse, broadcast from the tree of beginning to every corner of the world, that would align every piece of the fractured network into a unified whole. The scars would remain, but they'd be braced. Supported. Held together by a harmony that turned individual weakness into collective strength. The energy required was immense. If the synchronization failed, if even one major node refused to align, the pulse would collapse, and the backlash would burn out the tree of beginning entirely. And if that happened, the only option left would be Sir Aaron's option, channel his life force directly into the network. Die to save the world. Ash closed his eyes. He reached into the network through the staff, feeling the scope of what he was attempting for the first time. Millions of nodes. Billions of connections. Every Pokemon, every person, every living thing, linked through a web of aura that spanned the globe. It was beautiful and terrible and impossibly complex, and the idea that one person could synchronize all of it was, you're not one person. He opened his eyes. Cynthia stood at the entrance to the cavern, her hair catching the crystal light. Behind her, visible through a connection he could only perceive through aura, were the others. Stephen, at the Sinnoh node, his metagross amplifying his signal. Sabrina, at the Johto node, her psychic power linking the network's psychic frequencies. Aldrich in Unova. Diantha in Kalos. Regional champions and gym leaders at every major node on the planet, alerted by Cynthia's calls during his flight. Even Tobias. At the Indigo Plateau node. Alone. And Lance. Lance Dragonlord, standing at a node in the Dragon's Den, his Dragonite beside him, feeding his own considerable energy into the network. Not because he'd been asked. Not because someone had ordered him. Because the world was ending, and whatever else Lance was, politician, manipulator, architect of pain, he was also a man who dedicated his life to protecting it. You coordinated all of this? Ash asked Cynthia. You gave a speech about not doing things alone. I figured someone should listen. He almost laughed. Almost. The situation was too desperate for laughter, but the impulse was there, warm and strange and entirely Cynthia's fault. I need you all to push when I push, Ash said, and the staff broadcast his voice through the network to every node on the planet. Everything you have. When you feel the pulse, match it. Amplify it. Become part of it. He placed both hands on the staff. His left, the darkened one, carrying the void's trace, and his right, scarred and calloused but entirely human. He pushed. The pulse erupted from the tree of beginning like a heartbeat. Not dark indigo, something else. Something that was both dark and light, void and life, the color of a man who'd been touched by the end of everything and chosen to be the beginning of something instead. It roared through the root system, through the network, touching every node simultaneously. And the nodes responded. Stephen. Sabrina. Aldrich. Diantha. Tobias. Lance. Gym leaders in every region. Pokemon rangers in every wilderness. Nurse joys in every center. Trainers who felt the pulse and instinctively opened their bonds with their Pokemon, adding their own small energies to the torrent. Millions of connections, billions of threads, all aligning in a single moment of planetary unity. The network sang. It was the most beautiful sound Ash had ever heard, or felt, because it wasn't really a sound. It was harmony. The aura of every living thing on the planet, vibrating at the same frequency for the first time in centuries. Scars braced. Fractures sealed. The accumulated damage of 1,000 years of conflict and corruption, overcome not by one person's sacrifice but by the collective will of a world that chose to live. Erebus felt it too. The entity recoiled. Not because the pulse hurt it, Erebus was beyond pain. But because the synchronized network was whole in a way it hadn't been in millennia, and a whole network was a wall that even primordial entropy couldn't breach. Not here. Not now. Not while a world full of living things was choosing, together, to exist. Erebus withdrew. Not defeated, you couldn't defeat entropy. But denied. Pushed back into the deepest spaces between reality, sealed behind a network that was stronger than it had been since the day Arceus created it. The void went quiet. Ash collapsed. He didn't feel himself fall. One moment he was standing, hands on the staff, the network's harmony flowing through him like electricity. The next, he was on the ground, and everything was dark, and the only thing he could feel was Pikachu's weight on his chest and Lucario's paw on his shoulder and Cynthia's hand cradling his head. Ash. Ash, stay with me. Her voice. Distant. Worried. Am not dying, he slurred. Just, really tired. Your aura levels are almost at zero. You channeled too much, network did the work. I just, started the engine. By burning yourself as fuel. Only a little. Cynthia held him while the tree of beginning pulsed with renewed life around them, its heartbeat strong and steady for the first time in months. The crystal walls blazed with clean light. The air tasted like spring. He drifted. When he woke, it was to sunlight. Real sunlight, warm and golden, streaming through the tree's crystal canopy and casting rainbow patterns across the cavern floor. He was lying on something soft, his bedroll, he realized, laid out on the ground beside the central column. Pikachu was curled on his chest, snoring softly. Lucario sat beside him in a meditative pose. Cynthia was asleep against the cavern wall, her head tilted at an angle that was going to give her a terrible neck ache. Garchomp was curled around her protectively. Even in sleep, the dragon's eye tracked any movement in the cavern. Ash sat up slowly. His body ached in ways he'd never experienced, a deep, cellular exhaustion, like every molecule had been wrung out and left to dry. His darkened arm throbbed, but the void's cold was fainter now. The trace was still there, would always be there, but the network's harmonization had changed its quality. Less like a wound. More like a scar. Part of him. He flexed his fingers. They worked. Everything worked. Outside the tree, the world was different. He could feel it through his aura sense, the network humming with a vitality that it hadn't had before. Not perfect. Not healed entirely. The scars were still there, and Aldrich's projections about long-term degradation would still need to be addressed. But the immediate crisis was over. Erebus was sealed. The heralds were free. The dam was holding. He stood. Pikachu grumbled and rearranged himself onto Lucario's lap, which Lucario accepted with the dignified patience of a Pokémon who'd long since given up on personal space. Ash walked to the cavern entrance and looked out at the world. The forest around the Tree of Beginning was green again. Birds, actual birds, not just flying-type Pokémon, but real, biological birds, sang in the canopy. A family of Bulbasaur grazed in a clearing, their bulbs turned toward the sun. A Butterfree drifted past, its wings catching the light. Life. Stubborn, persistent, beautiful life. Doing what it always did, continuing. He heard footsteps behind him. Cynthia, rubbing her neck with a grimace. "You snore," she said. "I do not." "You do. It's very undignified for a Dark King." He turned to face her. In the morning light, with her hair mussed and her champion's composure replaced by the raw, unguarded expression of a woman who'd stayed awake all night watching someone she cared about sleep, she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "Thank you," he said. "For the nodes. For the coordination. For not letting me do it alone. That's what I've been trying to tell you. You don't have to." They walked out of the tree together. The world outside was waking up, not just from the night, but from the crisis. On his communicator, messages were flooding in. Steven reporting all clear in Sinnoh. Sabrina confirming the distortion world was stable. Alder sending a voice message that was just him laughing with relief for 30 seconds straight. "Brock, Mutwo is stable and recovering. It asked about you. I told it you were resting. It said, and I quote, he always was stubborn. I think it meant that as a compliment. Tobias, the Concord's emergency protocols have been stood down. Lance is requesting a meeting with all champions." He used the word reformation. I believe he means it. For now. And one more. From a number he didn't recognize, sent during the night while the world was being saved. I watched the news. I saw the video. I know that's you. I don't know if you'll ever read this, and I don't deserve a response, but I wanted you to know, I'm sorry. Not the way Brock is sorry, he didn't know the full truth. I did. I knew what they were doing, and I went along with it because I was scared of what you were becoming, and I told myself that was the same as caring about you. It wasn't. It was cowardice. I'm sorry. I'll spend the rest of my life being sorry. Serena, Ash read it twice. Then he put the communicator away. He didn't reply. Some doors, once closed, stayed closed. Not out of anger anymore, just out of truth. The boy who'd loved Serena was gone. The man who stood in his place had a different heart, shaped by different experiences, drawn to a different kind of person. He looked at Cynthia, who was arguing with Garchomp about something. The dragon wanted to hunt for breakfast, and Cynthia was insisting they eat at a proper table for once. It was a ridiculous conversation between two of the most formidable beings on the continent, and Ash felt something expand in his chest that he'd almost forgotten the shape of. Joy. Not the wild, uncomplicated joy of a 10-year-old catching his first Pokémon. Something quieter. Deeper. The joy of a man who'd survived the worst the world could throw at him and discovered that survival wasn't the end of the story, it was the middle. Brock arrived by helicopter 3 hours later, Mutwo floating beside the aircraft under its own psychic power, looking battered but imperious. The genetic Pokémon landed beside Ash and studied him with those deep purple eyes. "You are changed," Mutwo observed. "Everyone keeps saying that. The void's mark. It will not fade." "I know. Does it trouble you?" Ash held up his darkened hand and watched the sunlight play across the altered skin. "It did. Now it's just part of who I am. Like the scar on my face. Like the memories I carry. I'm a collection of everything that's happened to me, good and bad. The void is just one more piece." Mutwo considered this. "You have a gift for making terrible things sound like wisdom. Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation. Compliments require more data." A pause. "Thank you. For bringing me back. Thank yourself. I just reminded you that you had a choice. You did the rest." Mutwo looked at the tree of beginning, at the green forest and the singing birds and the sunlight on the crystal spires. Then it looked at Ash, and in its eyes, for just a moment, there was something that looked very much like hope. "What happens now?" it asked. "Now we fix things. Aldrich's data on the network degradation needs to be addressed, not with a controlled burn, but with actual solutions. The scars need healing, not cauterizing. It'll take years. Decades, maybe. But the network's strong enough now to buy us time. And you will lead this effort." Ash shook his head. "I'll help. But this isn't a one-person job, and I've spent enough of my life trying to carry everything alone." He looked at the gathering crowd, Cynthia directing logistics, Brock treating the purified legendary beasts that had followed Ash out of the tree, Steven and Sabrina arriving with their teams, even Aldrich, quiet and diminished but contributing his knowledge to anyone who asked. "It's an everyone job," Ash said. "That's the whole point." The days that followed were a blur of activity. The world was damaged, shaken, changed, but alive. And alive meant there was work to do. Lance dissolved the Concord. Not quietly, not gradually, publicly, completely, in a televised address that Ash watched from the tree of beginning with Pikachu on his shoulder and a cup of tea in his darkened hand. The Dragon Master looked older than his years as he spoke, carrying the weight of decades of decisions that had led to this moment. "We built this organization to protect the world," Lance said to the cameras. "Somewhere along the way, we began protecting our own power instead. That ends today." It wasn't an apology. Ash didn't expect one. But it was an acknowledgement, and from a man like Lance, that was more meaningful than any apology could have been. Aldrich surrendered himself to the International Pokémon Ranger Authority. His crimes were serious: corruption of legendary Pokémon, assault on the Tree of Beginning, reckless endangerment on a global scale. But his cooperation during the crisis and his irreplaceable knowledge of the network's degradation earned him a sentence that leaned toward supervised research rather than imprisonment. He would spend the rest of his life studying the network he'd nearly destroyed, working to heal it under the watchful eyes of people who would ensure he never again confused desperation with wisdom. The betrayers drifted in and out of Ash's awareness like weather patterns. Brock stayed close, throwing himself into the medical work with a dedication that spoke louder than any apology. Their relationship wasn't what it had been, it would never be what it had been, but it was becoming something new. Something honest. Misty sent a letter. Handwritten, 6 pages, with an honesty that was painful to read. She didn't make excuses. She described what she'd been told, what she believed, and how the years of guilt had eroded every certainty she'd ever had. She didn't ask for forgiveness. She asked for the chance to earn it. Ash read it, folded it carefully, and put it in a drawer. Not in the trash. Just in a drawer, for a day when he might be ready. Dawn called. Cried. Apologized through the tears. Ash listened, said, "I hear you," and ended the call. It was more than she deserved and less than she wanted, and both of those things were okay. Iris sent a text, "I was wrong. About everything. Hit me up if you ever want to battle." Ash almost smiled. Iris had never been good at emotional complexity, but the directness was honest in its own way. Clement sent a research paper. A detailed analysis of Aura network topology with proposed optimization algorithms. No personal message, no apology, just the work. Ash forwarded it to Aldrich's research team. Of all the betrayers, Clement's contribution was the most useful, and Ash suspected that was exactly the point. And Serena. After her message, silence. She'd said what she needed to say, and she was giving him the space to do nothing with it. It was, Ash reflected, the most respectful thing she'd ever done for him. A week after the crisis, Ash stood on a cliff overlooking the Tree of Beginning. The forest below was lush and green, fully recovered, teeming with Pokémon that had returned from their flight. The crystal spires of the tree caught the afternoon sun and scattered it into rainbows. The heartbeat of the world pulsed beneath his feet, strong and steady. Cynthia found him there. She always found him. "Stephen's forming the new oversight committee," she said, sitting beside him on the cliff's edge. "No more secret organizations. Full transparency, rotating membership, public accountability." "Good. They want you on it." "No. I told them you'd say that." "What did they say?" "They said to ask you anyway, because you've earned the right to refuse." Ash looked out over the world he'd saved. It was flawed. Broken in places that would take generations to heal. Full of people who'd hurt him and people who'd helped him and people who'd done both. It was also beautiful. Stubbornly, defiantly, impossibly beautiful. "I'm not a politician," he said. "I'm not a leader. I'm a trainer who got lost for 7 years and found his way back." He paused. "What I am is someone who's going to spend the rest of his life making sure the network heals properly. Not from a committee room. From the field. From the places where the scars are deepest and the work is hardest. Alone." He looked at her. She looked at him. The question hung between them with all its layered meaning. "I was thinking," Ash said slowly, "that I might need a traveling companion. Someone who knows every region. Someone who can handle themselves in a crisis. Someone who can cook better than you. My curry is excellent. Your curry is acceptable. My curry is excellent. Is that a yes?" Cynthia leaned against him. Shoulder to shoulder, warm against warm, her hair catching the wind and tickling his neck. It was a small gesture. It was everything. "That's an absolutely," she said. Pikachu, sitting on Ash's other side, made a sound of profound satisfaction. Lucario, standing behind them, allowed himself the smallest possible smile. They sat on the cliff together and watched the sun begin its descent. The world turned gold around them, the sky, the trees, the crystal spires, the face of the woman beside him. Gold, the color of beginnings. Ash thought about his story. The boy from Pallet Town who'd loved Pokémon so much he couldn't sleep the night before his journey. The teenager who'd been broken by the people he trusted most. The man who'd walked into the darkness and stayed there for 7 years. The king who'd come back to save a world that had thrown him away. It was a good story. Painful in places. Dark in others. But good. And for the first time since that night in Professor Oak's lab, when he'd walked into the dark with nothing but Pikachu and a broken heart, Ash Ketchum looked at the road ahead and felt something he'd forgotten the shape of. Not hope. He'd relearned hope on a mountain in Sinnoh. Not joy. He'd rediscovered joy watching Cynthia argue with Garchomp about breakfast. This was something older. Something that the void had tried to take from him and failed. Something that the betrayal had buried and 7 years of isolation hadn't killed. Wonder. The world was vast and broken and beautiful, and there were places to go and things to see and Pokémon to meet, and the man who'd once been a boy who loved all of it more than anything was still, at his core, that boy. Scarred, changed, carrying the void's mark and the weight of a crown he'd never asked for, but still that boy. Pikachu nuzzled his hand. "Yeah, buddy," Ash said softly. "Let's go." He stood. He offered his hand to Cynthia, and she took it, and they pulled each other up the way they'd been pulling each other forward since a campfire in the Ore Desert. Together, with Pikachu on his shoulder and Lucario at his side and the woman who'd found him when he was lost walking beside him, Ash Ketchum stepped onto the road. Not the same boy who'd left Pallet Town. Not the broken man who'd hidden in the wilderness. Not even the Dark King of Aura, though the world would always call him that. Something new. Something that had chosen the light not because he'd never seen the dark, but because he'd lived in it and decided it wasn't enough. The road stretched ahead, golden in the setting sun. And Ash walked forward, into whatever came next, with the certainty of a man who'd already survived the worst the world could offer and discovered that surviving wasn't the point. Living was. Chapter 4 End.